Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you a late evening live stream because we were supposed to be started a while ago, but things happen, so we just got to do what it is that we got to do. We'll just try to keep this as short as possible. So, as you can clearly see, the title is just very simple: ICE. Obviously, it's dealing with the situations, dealing with ICE, having to do solely with that situation and nothing but that. Yo, Ty, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? The funniest thing is, I can see that you're here, but it didn't specifically state that you were actually there in a sense. Hey, Miss Griffith, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. So, yo, what is up, Marcus? So let's take a listen and see what some folks got to say. What is up, DC? What is up, Devin? What is up, Swap? What is going on? So let's take a listen to some of these videos.
I just feel like you guys are so dramatic about this whole ICE thing. Like, relax. It's not like they're doing you people like Emmett Till. It's not like they're eating your people. It's not like they did you like Henrietta Lacks. It's not like the Tuskegee experiment. Y'all are only just being put in camps and being deported. You are being so dramatic. Like, there's relax. 399 more years to go. It's only been one fucking year. Relax. Like, you're being a little too dramatic. It's not that bad. Y'all don't like being treated black. 399 more years to go and a couple weird experiments. Then we'll talk.
Shout out to Brandon V. World for the $10 donut. That man said that man has come back to town, and here comes a new challenger. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Bobby said, what? Wait, what? I'm not even sure. I can't even read that one properly. Um, DC said you out here doing the Lord's work. It'd be like that. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So the main video, and you had some people online that were a little bit mad about it when I ended up seeing the original thread, and people said that this was like an L take when it deals with ICE, and no, it's not, because she has a very great point. Historically speaking, she's mentioning the fact that Black Americans have faced a great deal of things, and you didn't see people out there protesting. You didn't see people out there caring. Like, do you think that anybody caring right now was protesting when it dealt with Henrietta Lacks and how it is that Henrietta Lacks cells, and again, that's a Black woman, her cells were taken against her will, unbeknownst to her, and the medical industry, big pharma, and the United States government made more than likely trillions of dollars off of her. They were able to do research on all different types of drugs, and they saved tons of lives because of Henrietta Lacks' DNA. And again, that's something that she does not get credit for. And not only did Henrietta Lacks do that, but she also contributed to other drugs around the world as well too. Because remember, whatever DNA they take, they will clone, and then they will reverse engineer as well. But these are the exact same folks who say that they don't like Black people, but yet you have a Black woman to thank for the reason that your family, and possibly generations are even still alive at this moment in time, because people decided to steal her DNA and do what it is that they've always done. So again, she's 100% factual. Again, none of the folks here, their kids, their families, they're not getting used for alligator bait. This is, again, factual. Your people are not getting eaten. Again, this is factual. I can, pick up a couple of books right now that I'm looking at underneath my television, and I can read some chapters detailing things like that. Nobody decides that they want to start a picnic or some type of mob justice and just watch you burn, right? So as she said before, she said it jokingly, but she was dead serious. Everything that she stated was 100% factual. It was not anything made up at all. But when you happen to do things like that, people want to get uncomfortable. People want to get offended, but it's the truth. And then these are the exact same folks who have stated historically that they don't care what the Negro has to go through or what it is that they have to face. They don't care about the civil rights. They don't care about what Black Americans have to deal with on an everyday basis because it has nothing to do with them. So it's crazy to me that when Black Americans turn around and we give the exact same energy back, magically we're the villains. We're the bad guys. It's diabolical. 100%. Wait, you said what? Bobby said, we know we have had bad things happen still. She still shouldn't say things. So this is Black History Month. Hold on. Let me just clarify. Let me just clarify for Bobby or anybody else in the comment section. This is February. This is Black History Month. This is not Black History Day. This is not Black History Week. Let me just make sure I'm checking. Yes, so we are clearly in February 2nd. This is Black History Month. So if we want to throw Black history directly out there and information that's not getting specifically taught in schools, and I promise you, Bobby, nobody knows about Henrietta Lacks. That was never taught in schools. I didn't go through schools, elementary, middle school. No. There's a lot of things detailing specifically with Black Americans that will never be taught in schools. I had to pick up and buy books later on in life to find out the types of treatment, horrific treatment that Black Americans had to sit up there and go through and face. So again, if Black Americans want to make videos and this is what they want to sit up there and do, on top of educating people while also trying to prove a point, we have every right to sit up there and do that. Because when we happen to guide or tell people specifically what it is that they should be doing and people opt not to listen, it is what it is. You chose your path and we're going to stay talking, but we're just going to talk a little bit differently. We're not going to be talking so nice. It'd be like that. So now we're going to go directly into the next video.
What the f? Look at what the f they did. Look at all this. You think they did that with the warrant? Look at this. Look at these. Where's your guys' warrant?
Stay back.
Where's your guys' warrant?
Stay back.
No, where's your warrant?
Stay back.
Where's the warrant?
Stand right there.
Where's the warrant?
I don't need one.
Yes, you do. Where's the warrant? You guys do this?
Back. I need you to wrap that up.
For what?
Stay back. Stop getting closer to me. Stay back there.
I'm back. I'm back. I ain't gonna do to you. I'm back. You guys have to leave. My lawyer is coming.
Good.
You guys want to get sued?
Are you done?
What's your badge
Stay
number?
back.
No, I want to get you guys. All right.
This kill you inside your stuff.
Yes, you guys aren't supposed to be back here.
Stand back here. You can record, but
I'm already back here. You guys haven't shown me. You guys haven't identified yourself. I don't know who the you guys are. What the is that? What the is that?
Federal agent.
I need a warrant. I need a warrant.
You do not need a warrant.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. You know how you guys came in?
Listen, yeah,
illegally.
No.
You guys broke the window.
Yes, we did.
Because you guys don't have a warrant.
We don't need one.
Yes, you do.
Stay back here.
Hey, what the I ain't doing I'm making.
That's wild. Well, at least this person was smart enough to record, because she was like, "Yo, you guys broke the window." Well, first she was like, "You guys came in here illegally." It was like, "No, we didn't." And she was like, "You guys broke the window." He was like, "Yes, we did." She was like, "You guys need a warrant to be in here and do this." He was like, "No, we don't." At least she was smart enough to record. Yeah, at least she was smart enough to record. That's diabolical. Also, shout out to Brandon V. World for the $2 donut. Man said Seiji has read a chapter Black from Yu Yu Hakusho. But it'd be like that. And again, I want to just I'm specifically showcasing that video due to the fact that Black Americans, again, we tried to tell people, we tried to warn people, and people did not want to specifically listen to us. People didn't want to listen, right? So since folks got, kind of a problem with, the very first video, let me see if I can go back and get the other video, right? So let me just go back and get the other video so it's a little bit happier and that people, won't so much freak out. Right. So let me just get there real quick.
My God, I will vote. Arriba. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump. If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump. I vote for Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
So again, anytime I have to cover videos like that, I'm going to make sure to have one in the clip every single time when I have to go over this, because ain't nobody going to sit up there and try to come through and tell me nothing about the situation. And I'm not trying to hear no complaint about folks or from folks when it deals with, oh, why aren't Black Americans and yada 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 out here protesting? We're all going through this. And we did you not just hear the song? Black people didn't make a song like this. We didn't even try to do a remix. That's how you know you jacked up. When you don't even see Black people trying to even entertain it or even trying to go with it, we just left it as original as can be. We didn't try to throw no spices, no seasoning, no nothing. We didn't try to do nothing. We didn't even try to, deep fry it. We didn't do nothing. We just left it as is because it was perfect. Sometimes when songs are, very much original and they are so true to nature, you just leave it be. There's no reason to do anything else to it. It's just going to mess it up. Like I said, I'm going to play this from now up until the beginning of time so that this is a consistent reminder so that people will never forget. Since people never want to, have Black folks talk about, slavery, reparations and things, I'm just going to do stuff like this so that this is a history that nobody can ever forget, right? A consistent historical footnote. So let's go to the next video.
Call 911. They are seriously attacking me.
We'll call 911 right now.
Yep.
What's your location?
Call 911. I'm right at the corner of Jefferson.
Look at that. Jump out, boys.
No, I will not. I will not get out of the car. No. I will not get out of the car. You guys, I need CEOs here now.
Get out of the car.
No,
Oh,
I
get out.
will not get out of the car. You
Get out of
can't
the
do
fucking
this.
car.
Get your hands off of me. Get your hands off me. Get your hands off me. I am not doing shit. I am observing. I am observing. I have not done anything. This is my constitutional right.
We're calling 911 right now.
I am not. You cannot arrest me. I'm observing. You can't arrest me. I'm observing. You cannot. I am not.
We're taking a video too.
Get off of me. Get off of me.
You're under arrest.
Someone call the MP or someone call the police. Please.
Somebody help me.
Call the police. Call the police. Call them now. Call them now. Call them now.
We're calling 911.
It's crazy. Diabolical. So, as we can clearly see, that was a Caucasian woman who decided that she didn't want to pay attention. Hold on, nobody can hear you from the darkness of deep space. So let me just make sure I got the right person real quick. And you're out of here. So again, you got folks deciding that they want to entertain and get involved, and they didn't want to listen to law enforcement, right? The normal stuff that people normally tell Black people, like, maybe you should stop speeding. Maybe you should, obey the police, respect the police. So for the communities out there, maybe the same thing that y'all told Black people over time, right? That we need to learn how to respect. We need to raise our people better. We need to listen to a law-abiding order. We need to listen to the oath keepers. To all of y'all white folks out there, going through all of this stuff with the police, maybe y'all should do better. Teach y'all communities how to respect y'all boys in blue, men in uniform. Back to blue, remember? Thin blue line. Remember thin blue wall, whatever, all police lives matters, blue lives matters, right? Blue lives matter right here. Blue, this is blue lives matter. It should never be at a point, white people, that you force an officer that has to risk his life every single day, who has to go through life and death situations, right? Adrenaline junkies. It should never be at a point that an oath keeper should have to draw their weapon directly on you. Why were you speeding down the street? Why did you force these law enforcement officers to swerve in order to get you to slow down and stop? Why couldn't you listen to the very first command that they gave you, which is more than likely to pull over? But you didn't want to do that. So then they had to get high speeds, get directly in front of you, drive recklessly in order to stop you from driving reckless, and then get out the car and pull out their service weapons because you didn't want to listen to them the very first time. That's wild. That's diabolical. All you got to do is just comply. I don't understand what's so difficult. Why do you guys have to make it so hard on yourselves? Why? Like, why aren't your parents raising you better? Like, who's teaching you? Savages? Who you raised by? Wolves? That's crazy. That's very un-American. Very un-American. Shout out to Brandon V World. He said the Shadow Realm is you said the Shadow Realm claims another soul. That's facts, yeah. Because you got folks up here that want to, pull up to live streams and stuff and just start randomly typing stuff because they don't got nothing else better to do. That's some crazy work, but it'd be like that though. It'd be like that. Cool said that ain't the police. With all due respect, it don't matter if it's not the police or not. My point still stands. Every single point that white folks have ever used towards, and also any other community has ever used towards the black community, I'm going to pull those videos up every single time, and you're going to hear me mouth off those exact same words to make my point. And I don't care how nobody feels. I don't even care if it's your family that's directly in the videos. It be like that. Oops. So there we are. Right? Somebody said, Mike said, if the left wasn't so intent on protecting illegal aliens, none of this would be happening. The craziest thing about this is that I blame the government as a whole. For whatever reason, again, people are still caught up on the left or the right when it deals with immigration and when it deals with jobs and things of that nature. When it's the government as a whole, it doesn't matter what side you basically pick. They all work for the government. They are all within the government, and they are all working for their own best interests, which is for them and against you, the American people. I wish people would actually, quicken up directly on that. It'll make things a lot easier. Sham said, y'all trolls tripped me out on how many accounts y'all got. We banned y'all yesterday. Yo, what's up, Sham? What is up, Sham? Brandon World said, I hate, wait, what is that? Speech to text. The Shadow Realm claims another soul. I meant to say my last one, LOL. Shout out. I got you. Shout out to the for the $5 donor. I got you though. I got you. Let me see. Yusuf, what is up? What is up? What's up? What is going on? Well, I think it's like Yusuf fell. I got you. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I see you out there. You said, get him, said you. Mob, what is happening? Said facts. Huey said exactly 2 wings of the same beast / government. Facts, 100%. So now, Devin said they can warm up in the Shadow Realm. Yeah, they're going to be there for a long time. Very long time. So now we're going to go to another video and see what people got to say.
Voted for Trump because they thought they were white or close enough. Because colorism is real. Because proximity to whiteness feels like protection. Or I'm not like them felt like a shield. And for a while, it worked. Some Hispanics who were born here and outside of the U.S. felt closer to white people than to black people. even though history says otherwise. Haitian, Jamaican, Afro-Latino, different flags, same system. But instead of solidarity, there was distance. Instead of shared struggle, there was superiority. Instead of we, it became, at least I'm not black. That mindset told y'all, if I vote right, if I marry right, if I stay quiet, I'll be exempt. Exempt from racism, exempt from discrimination, exempt from the boot. And for a long time, y'all lived under the radar because it hadn't reminded y'all of where you stood yet. But now the mask is off. Now immigration doesn't care how light you are. Now accents matter. Now last names matter again. Now papers matter again. And it's not confusion. It's a FAFO moment. Because whiteness isn't a club you get voted into. It's a gate, and you were never holding the key. Black people been trying to warn y'all. And this is not about gloating, it's about reality. Silence is not safety. And anti-blackness is a boomerang.
You know, the craziest part about this is that you got a Latin dude online making, I guess, light of the situation or however he wants to go about it, where he decided that he wanted to come up with a, I guess you can say a costume when he's trying to, you know, how do you say he's trying to like hide from ICE. I'm trying to see if I can actually go back and find that video real quick. Let me see. Hiding from ICE. I'm trying to see if I can find that real quick. Yeah, let me just get this real quick. Right. So let me just get y'all this picture real quick. I might have been able to hear, but I'm not sure. But basically, the dude, this dude right here. So you can clearly see what it looks like on the left side, but this is his quote unquote disguise in order to get past ICE on the right side. He was like, and you know, he's a Mayate. You know, he's a Black American now. I've never in my life, whenever you know, I've you know, I've never actually had problems with the police, but the thought would have never crossed my mind to be like, you know what? Let me try to dress Asian. Um, let me try to dress Arab. Let me try to dress white. I think that'll get him. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Let me just try to match in with the whites and make sure I don't have any problems. But this is what you got other people sitting up there doing, right? And this also again goes into the whole racism, you know, type of deal with how it is that they feel and see about black folks. And again, every black guy does not have locks. I'm not sure why that's the automatic stereotype, but he knew because of how he looks that he wasn't going to be able to just have like a fade. He couldn't just do a Caesar. He couldn't even just do cornrows, because people are going to look directly at his face and they'll be able to tell. He actually has a secondary video where he's trying to work on a black scent to you know, quote unquote, get past ICE and you know, and all of these things. Like I said, a lot of y'all, this is why I don't care about situations when it deals with other folks, because no matter what's going on, y'all can still find room to be disrespectful when it deals with Black Americans. That's some crazy work. Out of everything that is going on that you could be doing, this is what you decide to sit up there and do. Mm, mm. So, like I said, this is why many Black Americans out there do not care about the situation or what is happening to folks directly out here, because they go out there and do stuff that is uncalled for, do stuff that ain't nobody asked them to do, when you should be focusing in directly on your people and how to help them. But maybe he might have been one of the ones who voted Republican, and now he regrets his vote, and he's trying to swap up. That's the other thing too, because that's the one thing I want to know when it deals with the Hispanic community. Why is it that a lot of the Latins and Hispanics out here, why are y'all not calling out y'all family members? And I showcased some of these family members that were on TikTok and all this other type of places that specifically voted for the conservative party, for the Republicans, and they were honest about it. Where are all of those folks that were sitting up there saying Trump 2024 and all this? Where are all of those flags? Where are all of those hats? Where are all of those signs? Where are all of the major part of that community who were out there all parading this, and they were happy and ecstatic that he was in office? It's amazing how people just disappear. I don't see nobody making those posts no more. I don't see none of these folks talking about they love the president, none of this and administration. I don't see none of this stuff no more. It was like as soon as the whole ICE situation happened, it's like it just disappeared. It's wild. Wow. Mm, mm, mm. That is crazy. Mm. Well, like I said, y'all need to start checking a lot of y'all own people. Y'all need to start checking a lot of y'all own people. Mm. Wait, who you talking about? Tippy, you said I know her. That's modestly on Instagram. Said you her other recent video said that FBA was divisive and she's not a part of that group, and a lot of her followers had to correct her. Oh yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know who the woman is. Oh, you must be talking about the previous woman. I guess you're talking about her. I guess. Yeah, I like I said, I don't know who that woman is. I just saw the video. I just saw this one, and I was like, hey, this goes right along with the live stream, so I would just post it. He said one day she posted a video while Black Americans are not protesting, and now she's saying the FBI is a divisive group who uses racist talking points. Wow, that's crazy. Yo, D Money, what is up? What is up? What is up? Yeah, like I said, I don't know anything about this content creator. I might have. I think her face does look a little bit familiar because maybe we did showcase about 2 or 3 of her videos before, but again, usually I don't know about a lot of other content creators up until they happen to show up. I might hear like an opinion that goes with the the live stream or the content, and I'm all right. But yeah, if that's the hey, nothing I can do about that. Like I said, people learn, people figure it out. Like you said before, she had people. I guess you said her followers that went in and corrected her. Like I said, people got to figure it out. Specifically for themselves. What was it? Gail said, it ain't even nothing like that, Gail. Like I said, don't know nothing about the content creator. Didn't even know a name or anything like that. Gail always saying something, always trying to start something. Yusuf said, glad to have you standing with FBA, 10 toes down. Keep up the pressure. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So now let's go to the next video and see what this lady had to say.
Making comments about me in my videos, so I want to make some comments too about white women in history. Let's do it. Remember that time y'all were so upset at black women for being raped by y'all husbands that you unalived their babies and sold them? Remember that time that you called a whole rally of people on a little black boy because he didn't want you? Do you remember that time you then came back and said you were lying about it? No? Do you remember the time that you pretended that you were not stealing black women's body shapes by buying these huge corsets with these large gowns at the bottom to imitate somebody else's body shape? No. Remember that time the government had to make a law for you in order to get black women from wearing their natural hair because somebody just so happened to be jealous of it. So they were forced to wear scarves, but then you also were inspired by that you started wearing scarves on your head. No? No? Okay. Let me know if y'all still want to make comments, because I got comments too.
And those are all valid points because I'm pretty sure she's responding to white women who are more than likely asking black women again to come out in solidarity and protest against ICE and all these other types of, like, for whatever reason, a lot of white women tend to do this, knowing the fact, historically speaking, that they have never actually 100% 10 toes down ever stood for and with black women. They've always used black women, and they've always been jealous of black women, historically speaking. Everything that she listened to, I went over the whole thing of, I did a video before dealing with the corsets, how it is that, white women don't naturally have a shape. Go back, look at the 1900s, 1800s, 17. They don't naturally have a shape. Everything was completely flat. So then they came up with these dresses with these wire frames in order to imitate the body, in a sense, of black women. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, the same women that you view as technically animals, the same women that you're jealous of, envious of, uh, the same women that you try to say everything negative about are the same ones that you try to copy by way of creating fashion so that you can emulate their body type. That's crazy. You're gonna emulate something that you don't naturally come with. That's wild. That's crazy. And again, it's crazy how people forget about that. And also everything dealing with the kids. Again, also with the fact of, there were laws at a point in time where, black women couldn't show their hair. It's crazy. How these laws are specifically made, and how people have to try to reinvent and do things, just to be them because of other people's jealousies, insecurities, fears. Some wild work. Wild work. And also knowing the fact of how white women did not even come through in solidarity with black women to vote for a woman to be in office. Crazy work. It's amazing how people tend to forget, but Petridge Farm remembers. Petridge Farm remembers. Petridge Farm remembers. So let's look at another black woman and see what it is that she has to say.
The only one bothered that these children are getting involved in this political war that's going on? Who decided that it was a good idea for these children to be leaving school in the middle of the day where they are supposed to be safe to go out and protest? As an adult, as a mother, as a sane individual, I feel like it is the parent or the guardian's decision to allow or permit for a child to leave school in the middle of the day to participate in these acts. We all know that these children have not fully grasped the concept of politics. They don't fully understand what's going on. All they hear is, we're cutting school to do a protest. Translates into, we're ditching school to have fun.
Yep.
I saw a disturbing post of a group of children who called themselves walking out of school to peacefully protest. And while doing so, they took laptops and glass bottles and other objects and threw them into the crowd. I saw another post where a group of kids who had left school to peacefully protest were stealing from the store. Of course, those videos were removed. However, I got a good one for you. What purpose did it serve them to attack this old man, to dig in his pockets, to play in his face? This was disgusting, disturbing, and extremely disrespectful. Most of all, embarrassing. These kids don't really care about what's going on. I can't say they all don't, but for the most part, they don't care about what's really going on. All they care about is being loud, screaming F ICE, and making a scene. These teachers and principals ought to be ashamed of themselves for allowing these students to participate in this. It's a dangerous game you all are playing.
So let me see if I can go back to that clip, right? Let me try to rewind it right back. Right. Let me pause that. Right. So this is what I want to say to black folks out there, because this is why I try to tell y'all better be raising your kids and telling them like, yo, stay out of these situations. Now note, all of these kids are around him, right? This is an old man. He could basically say that he is fearful of his life, and realistically, he could actually be. You have this one teenager here deciding that he wants to start touching on this person. Now, would it be wrong to say that this man right here, this older man, would basically have the right to basically defend himself? Let's say if he had a weapon and he was like, yo, I'm afraid, I don't know, because again, he's frail. He's an older guy. He looks like he's probably maybe in his 70s. He can't sit up there and fight back a teenager, but maybe he could sit up there and fire a pistol. What if he had a weapon to defend himself because he was in fear of his life? Why would anybody's son be directly on somebody's person to the point where you can touch directly on them and go through their pockets? Because I promise you this, let this old man had something on him to defend himself, and a life or two was lost. Everybody will be sitting up there saying, shame on the old man, it's his fault, when realistically it's the fact of that, y'all need to be raising y'all kids better. This is why I sat up there and tried to tell people that when it deals with a lot of these schools, they don't care about your kids. Because why are these kids even outside? Why are they even outside? Parents realistically should have been called automatically to the school as soon as that there was any type of a walkout. Parents should have been called. And what should have also happened is that every single teacher that was within that high school would basically lock the classroom doors after those kids left, lock the classroom doors, take down all the names of those students that walked directly out, and suspend them for 10 plus days. Because this is ridiculous. At no point in time, this has nothing to do with protesting ICE. Just like she sat up there and said earlier, it's like, yo, this is a very dangerous game that's being played, and it is. Because it's going to come to a point in time where let these school walkouts and these protests happen. Either somebody's going to be out there and they're going to be afraid of their lives and they're going to defend themselves, or there's going to be somebody that's going to specifically put themselves in the situation so that they can do that to the students. Any which way it goes, it's going to happen. Because it's only a matter of time. If this keeps repeatedly happening, you're going to have somebody that wants a problem, that's looking for a problem, that's going to put themselves in somewhere, insert themselves somewhere so that they can be a part of that problem, and they can also be the solution. And that solution is going to be burying somebody's kids 6 feet deep real quick. But like I said, it's all good though. It's all good. Like I said, they out here protesting, right? They're out here protesting, but they up here, tearing up stuff and doing all this other type of stuff, right? Let's keep that going real quick. Let me see. Is this the one I want to show off? No, I'll wait for that one. Let me go to the. Is that the? What was that one? Okay, that was the Donald Trump. Let me go to this one. Now I want to note to y'all that these kids, the ones at the very at the original part of, so you see the street clearly. You see the kids directly in the street, right? Let's go right back. If you look very close to the ground, if you look to the left, the bottom left, you can clearly see that these kids are in the street. Now, I want to note to a lot of people that there have been a lot of videos where you've seen adults out there protesting, and then you had a random crazed adult decide that they want to barrel through somewhere with a truck. What's stopping any adult that feels a certain type of way about these protests from trying to mow down these kids? What's protecting them? I don't see no police out there protecting them. I don't see none of these teachers. I don't see a vice principal or a principal out there protecting. I don't even see the parents out there protecting these kids. So these kids are out there protesting, and they're just out there throwing caution to the wind, don't care about nothing. And they're in the middle of the street. Again, what is stopping any harm from happening to any of these kids? Because somebody has a political disagreement with what it is that these kids are protesting. What's stopping them? I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out what is stopping an adult from doing that? Because we didn't see this happen to other adults. This is why I keep trying to tell these parents out here, these schools do not care about your kids. If they actually legitimately cared about your kids, they would never allow your children to be out there unsupervised in the streets. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. And I'm also going to put it to the extent of a lot of y'all parents, y'all don't care either. Because the only time that y'all tend to pop up and pull up is when something happens to the kids. And then y'all want to have somebody to blame. But then if you think about before the protest happened, you were hearing that it was a protest that was going to happen to go on after school or whatnot, whatever, a week or two or a few days ahead of time, and you opted not to take no action. You allowed your kids to just do whatever, didn't really say nothing, didn't even decide to just keep them home that day just to make sure that they just wouldn't be out there in harm's way. And then something happens because they went out there and protest and they were unsupervised because there's no supervision here. There are no adults here. These are all teenagers. They're in front of a gas station. What happened to the whole thing of stranger danger and kids can sit up there and get snatched and all this other and stay out of traffic? Like, come on now. Like, this is wild to me. This is what I be talking about. And then every single time something happens at the school, now the parents want to become concerned. But you should have been concerned before anything ever happened. You should have taught them better. You should have instilled better values. Like I said, this is how a lot of stuff happens, man. Now, at least in that instance, let me just pull that back just a little bit. At least in this instance, you can clearly see that there are police. But it's going to get people are going to have flashbacks. People are going to look at some of the stuff and be like, "Yo, this is what they were doing at the BLM protest." Like, "Oh, this just seems like BLM 2.0 when it deals with all the ICE protests," right? So let me just keep that going. Somebody explain that to me. Somebody explain it. And they weren't the first ones on a vehicle. They weren't the first ones that were on a vehicle. And if I'm looking at this correctly, it seems as though that this is possibly a student vehicle because it looks as though that the two what appears to be black male students are potentially hanging off the side of the car or maybe sitting outside on the window of the door. But any which way it goes, why do you have unsupervised teenagers out here in traffic doing things like this? There's been so many times I done seen a lot of teenagers acting stupid and they lose control of a car real quick because everybody's excited and doing this and doing that. And then people get ran over. And you know what's going to happen? Here comes the parents. "Oh my God, what happened to my child? I can't believe this happened. Why weren't the school? Why didn't y'all keep them in school? Oh, why didn't you force them back into the doors and this, that, and the third?" And I'm just gonna idly sit by and be like, "Why didn't you raise your kids better?" Because everybody else is looking at these kids and they're laughing. Like the white kid right there, he's just sitting up there laughing. He's just sitting up there laughing because this is basically a sideshow at this moment. Because he knows that there's a potentiality that something's going to happen, but he's not going to be there to blame, nor will he sit up there and get harmed or lose his life or potentially be at risk of losing his freedom. So he's looking at them like clowns, which they are, doing dumb stuff like this and just being on top of cars in traffic, which again to me is crazy. What does this even have to do with the protest? This is what I'll be talking about. And this is what the lady said earlier on, where the kids, they're just out there just because they know that they don't have to be in school. This is just an easy way for them to basically skip class for today. Like I said, where the parents at? Where are the parents at when it deals with your kids being out here acting stupid? Don't start acting like parents when your kids are in the hospital, when your kids are locked up, when your kids are shot dead in the street. Don't start acting like parents when you got to bury your kids 6 feet deep. Like where y'all at? I'm looking. Let me try to go back real quick, because both clips are part of the exact same video, because you can clearly see that these kids are taller than what they normally would be because they're standing on top of something else, potentially, again, more than likely a vehicle. And I'm looking at probably over 100 students directly out there in front of a gas station. I don't even know how close that may be even to the high school, but regardless of that, this looks ridiculous. Again, what is stopping any type of harm from happening to these kids, from them getting ran over by a dumb student or by anybody passing by that just wants to barrel directly through them because they're impatient or because they feel a certain type of way politically? What's stopping any of this from happening? Nothing. The parents ain't there. The school ain't there. I don't even know where the cops are at this moment in time. I don't really see any adults in this picture. All I see are children. But like I said, let something happen and all parents around the world gonna start crying. Everybody gonna be like, oh man, I could have sat up there and been my kids and this, that, and the third and all this. Like, man, I ain't trying to hear none of that. I ain't trying to hear none of that. Oh, let me just roll back real quick. Hold on, let me show y'all something. Hold on. Let me roll back. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. So let me just pay attention real quick. Let me show y'all something, right? So you see the other kids, they sitting up there, you know, protesting, fake protesting, doing all this stuff, right? You see this one girl, she's on the phone talking to somebody. Now, who's to say that because she's out of school right now, she's not trying to meet up with somebody? And then on top of that, who is she trying to meet up with? Again, I'm just throwing stuff directly out there. But again, I know how teenagers are. I was a teenager. Normally, if people can skip class and they can get out, they're trying to make plans and meet up with somebody. This is how. So for the women out there that got daughters, this is how your daughters get snatched up. This is how they disappear. This is how we end up hearing every single week or somewhere multiple times during the month that somebody's daughter sat up there and disappeared, and we don't know her last whereabouts, but she was on the phone talking to somebody. This is how stuff like that happens. Because your daughter's out here taking any opportune time to sit up there and meet up with somebody and go somewhere that they don't got no business doing. This is how that happens. You also wonder how your daughters end up missing. Again, where we don't find nothing about them. This is how it happens. You also wonder how your daughters end up pregnant. This is also how that happens. But like I said before, where the parents at? Where the parents at though? I don't see not a parent in sight in this sea of kids. I don't see nothing. I see everything else but adults. I see smiling faces. I see other folks with shiesty masks on. I see cell phones. I see poster boards. I see somebody, obviously, and let me also showcase this real quick, right? Look to the right side of the screen. You'll see one kid with headphones in his ear, and you see a white girl that were headphones in the ear. So if they're not able to adequately pay attention, that means that anything could happen directly in the crowd. They're going to be the last ones to know. They're going to be the main ones that are going to get caught up in something because they're not fully aware. Again, this is why I'm trying to just point out some stuff directly to parents so that y'all can actually educate and talk to y'all kids directly out here, because this don't make no type of sense. Like, you up here, you're amongst the crowd, you can't see what's going on or what's around you, or any type of harm or potential harm. And then on top of that, you got a further distraction by either being on the phone or you got headphones directly on. So, like I said before, let a truck just barrel directly through. Oh, it's over for both of them. It's over. It's done. Pack them up. Get ready to sit up there and call the morgue. Get the embalming fluid ready. It's over. Like I said, parents are not teaching their kids at all. Parents are not teaching their kids nothing at all. And that's just by analyzing and looking directly at the video that's clearly here. There's another girl I even spotted just with some headphones on. Like I said, this is all types of crazy, man. Let me also make y'all very aware of something else, right? Because all of these kids are out there in public. Nothing, again, and there's no adults there. Nothing is stopping grown adults from coming up there and trying to and to try to talk to like none of these kids. Nothing is stopping that from happening. Any grown adult can just come up and start having a conversation with your kids because, again, a lot of these kids lack situational awareness. They have no type of street sense, no type of street smarts. And you got a lot of adults out here that can sit up there and look through a crowd of kids and figure out, oh, I can sit up there and talk to this one because it da, or I can sit up there and get to this one because it da. And again, this is how your kids end up missing because they're not where they are supposed to be because you didn't raise them to just sit still and sit in one place. Don't do what everybody else is doing. Like I said, this is what a herd mentality looks like. This is what followers look like. There was not a leader in any of these packs at all. Because this is why you see them going in different directions. They're not even going in the same directions. They're not even all in the same places because there is no leadership there. They're all followers. They'll be like, we're just going to do what this group do. Oh, we're going to do what this other group do. We're going to do this other 50 group up there sitting up there doing. Oh, we see somebody back there. We're going to, go back about a good 5,200 feet and meet up and then, come back up here to the same destination. Like I said, I'm looking at the possibilities are endless at what could potentially happen here. Endless. And all of the possibilities are detrimental to the lifespan of these kids. Like I said, a strange gunman could have sat up there and just ran up into that crowd. Bah, 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 bah. It's over. 20 kids down and 50 plus injured. Like, that's crazy. Like, y'all just not sitting up there raising y'all kids with no awareness, like nothing. And then you want to cry like when your kid don't sit up there and make it home. When you got to sit up there and bury them. When they're sitting up there on life support. You want to sit up there and cry at the funeral, sitting up there saying, oh, I should have been a better parent. Maybe I should have did more. Well, it's too late. It's too late.
Breaking news now in the East Bay, where a large student walkout is happening to protest ICE. Sky 7 video showing you the crowd here. The protest started in the parking lot of the Walmart on Hesperian Avenue in San Leandro. The demonstrators are mostly students from 6 different high schools in San Lorenzo, Hayward, and Berkeley. The crowd.
So look at this. Look at where all of these kids are. Normally, case in point, we normally have Starbucks is, everywhere. Who primarily goes to Starbucks? Adults. Adults go to Starbucks. Who are mainly the 100% of the time? Who are the predators? Adults. Again, and they're next to a Walmart too. And we've had stories about Walmarts, how women have been set up, and you've had men in vans watching and planting $20 bills or some type of money or some type of paper directly on women's cars or underneath the windshield wipers so that they can automatically get either they touch it or they inhale it or both. And then they just like get knocked out. And then the guys in the van, they move in and they either follow the woman or they get her directly out of their car and get her into the van. And that's the last time you ever see of her. So the next to a Starbucks, again, where you normally have adults, And you're also next to a Walmart where there's been videos about that and you know, things happening there. Situational awareness, none. Anything can happen. 100%. Where are the actual adults who are the guardians of these kids? Nowhere to be found. Why? Because they're like, you know, I care about my job. I got to sit up there and make that money. Well, you're right. You're going to be making a lot of money because soon enough, you're not going to have those kids no more. You may have some debt, you know, such as medical bills. You may have a kid on life support, so that's going to be more medical bills. Or you may have to sit up there and pay for a funeral, or maybe a cremation if you want to sit up there and go to the cheap route. But any which way it goes, you'll be able to sit up there and keep that job and keep making that money, since that's what a lot of parents tend to care about. Like I said, this is all a ticking time bomb. This is all a ticking time bomb. Just like I showed you guys the video previously where the young black girl was in school and she didn't want to listen to the cops when they were telling her, like, yo, just go to the principal's office. Just go. She was like, no, this is my right to sit up there and protest. And if you're going to sit up there and take me, then you need to take everybody and this, that, and the third. And I'm standing up for what's right. I'm like, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. It don't even matter at this point. You're doing too much. You're doing way too much. Doing way too much. You're in the 12th grade. You're almost about to be out of here. Just enjoy the few months that you got. You're going to be out probably what January, February, March, April, May. You're going to be out in like May, in March or May or something like that. You only got a few months left. Why be stupid to potentially jack that up because you want to do something because you see everybody else doing it? It don't even make no type of sense. It makes no type of sense. You're not Joan of Arc. Just calm down and sit down somewhere. Like, do all of this after high school. If you want to sit up there and potentially end up in jail and all, do all of that after high school. Don't decide, I'm going to do this now because I'm a kid and I don't have to really face any real world consequences or responsibility. No. If you're really about that life, save that, because you always have time to protest. Save that and do that when you're no longer under the whole thing of high school, when you're actually out there now. Where now there's consequences. Where if the police tell you to do something, they're going to give you 1 or 2, and then you're automatically getting arrested. You're automatically getting manhandled. You're getting swung around. Do it then. Don't do it while you're underneath the safety of the high school. Don't do that. Don't do that. They ain't even real protesting. Ain't real protesting. Like I said, proof of which this shows you it's not real protesting. This is all fun and games. They just all out there to skip. But again, at the same time of them skipping and wanting to follow the leader, they're also putting themselves in great danger. And I promise you, ain't none of these kids sit up there and call their parents to let them know that they out there. Their parents found out about this after the fact, when it was too late. A lot of these parents of these kids, you better be blessed that you can even sit up there and even see your kids right now, because a lot of parents, they can't see their kids no more. And their kids weren't even doing that. Like, their kids might have been just trying to go to school, get on the bus, or just trying to make it home, and they got snatched, or a stray bullet caught them. And that was them trying to, and that was the kids trying to do the right thing. These kids out here ain't doing the right thing. They're endangering their lives, and also endangering the lives of their peers, because everybody wants to be a follower. Crazy work, man. Like I said, y'all need to y'all better start raising y'all kids right, man. That's crazy.
It is now lining much of the street on Hesperian Avenue, where Sky 7 is showing us, and we've seen even some crossing into traffic.
No. Gotta freeze that one. Look at that right there. Look at that. Where the parents at? Look at this. Why are these kids? So the driver, is that the driver sitting outside the BMW? Dog, please tell me that that's a passenger. Oh my God. This further proves my point. Like I said, just let the car flip over, dog. At this point, just let it flip. Just let it flip, dog. Just let it flip. I'm tired. I'm so tired, dog. As if it couldn't just get any more stupid. This is what I'm talking about. They're sitting up there driving at high speeds on the road outside of the car. Let me let y'all know something. I covered a video before where it was a group of girls late at night coming from a club or whatever it was. The friends got back into the car and one of the girls was outside twerking in front of the stoplight. It was an empty street. Kid you not, the friends who got into the car hit the gas and ran the girl over and left her in the street for dead. I done covered and seen other videos where you didn't have kids just like this in cars. Let's say like they were doing like some Fast and the Furious. It was like a street race, and the car just flipped over. People just in half. It's over. It's over. Just let the car flip over. Just let the car flip over so I can see the parents come directly on the news talking about what was me. I love my child. My child was never like this. They were a straight A student. I don't know how this even happened. And just let it happen. Just let it happen. Just let it happen. Just let it happen, because people are not going to understand up until things are taken away from them. People are not going to understand up until their kids are no longer here. This is what I'm talking about. Like I said, for the parents out there, what are y'all raising inside of y'all homes? How are y'all actually raising y'all kids? Because I'm not seeing it out here. You can't tell me that you instilling values and then your child is caught out here on camera in 4K. They sitting up here dancing on top of cars. Don't even know whose car it is. They up here in the street driving while hanging out the car. What? Brother, it's over. It's over. Pack it up. Just pack it up. Just pack it up. Just pack it up. A lot of y'all parents out here, y'all are worthless. Y'all are worthless. A waste of space. The reason that you even produce kids, I can't even fathom at this moment in time. Because we can see what you're teaching them. We can see what you're clearly producing. And then this is supposed to be the best of the new world. This is what we have to look forward to in the future, where people want to dangerously throw their lives directly into traffic. They want to throw their lives directly into the fray. They want to be followers. This is going to be the generation that's going to sit up there and take care of everybody that's going to grow old right now. Good job. Shout out to all the parents out there. Y'all did it. Y'all did y'all big one. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wow. And I'm not trying to hear nobody sit up there and tell me like, oh, but you've never done anything, when you were younger. I wasn't doing this. I wasn't putting my life on the line hanging outside of the car. Ooh, no. Y'all got it though. Y'all got it. This is the best of the best. This is the best of the best. Y'all got it.
By vehicles a few times. They've also taken over the median, the sidewalk, and the front of a Starbucks store. This comes as tensions rise nationwide.
Look at that. Just blocking up traffic. Hold on. Look at this. 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 Just all over the place in the streets. Just all over the place in the streets. Like any one of those cars on the right lane or even in front of them, they could have just got impatient and be like, I'm about to just gun it. I'm about to just go through these kids. And then what would everybody say? I would love to see the parents on TV. I would love to sit up there and see it. I would love to hear what they would have to say. And I would love to hear the woe was me's from every other parent directly in America and yada, yada, yada. Like I said, instead of crying, teach your kids to do better. You use the examples and teach your kids to do better. If not, you're a failure as a parent. And I'm standing 10 toes down on exactly what it is that I stated. Failure. Like I said, we already got too many kids as it is right now dying of gun violence. So I'm right automatically. We already got too many teenagers dying of drug overdose. So again, I'm right already. We already got enough kids out here having unprotected relations and getting pregnant at a young age. So again, I'm right already. So I'm just trying to figure out what's the real purpose of parents out here nowadays at this moment in time raising these teenagers, because I don't see it. Because parents are supposed to be raising, soon to be productive adults, but I don't see the productiveness right here. I see people taking all types of risks and not, taking any type of cautions or precautions. The exact same risks that these teenagers are doing are the exact same risks that parents took when it is that they had unprotected relations with another adult which they could have ended up with an STD or HIV in order to produce these kids. That's all I'm saying. I'm seeing the kids do exactly what the parents did. And if that hurts some feelings directly out there, it'd be like that. Talk to God about it, because I don't got nothing to do with that. You may want to just sit up there and do better in a next run. Let's keep going.
Tactics following a second deadly shooting involving federal agents in Minneapolis.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Canton. I am the director here at the Chloe Day School here in Harlem, New York. As today is a national day of protest for all the violent things that we're seeing happening across our city, here at the Chloe Day School, we learn about service and acts of service from Martin Luther King. And so to end our month of service, it's too cold outside for us to go outside and protest.
Wow. So let me get this straight. Let me just rewind this for a lot of people, right? So we already saw the teenagers, right? They're unsupervised. She sat up there and said that it's too cold for them to go outside and protest. So this woman, who's over all of these kids, would have more than likely had them outside somewhere, like, probably in the playground or whatnot, whatever, outside protesting, holding signs. These kids don't know 2 + 2, how to tie their shoes. They can barely write their names. They don't even know what cursive is or Roman numerals. But yet, they were going to sit up there and be a part of a protest of which they don't know nothing about. They don't know nothing about politics. They don't know nothing about Republican or Democrat. But yet, we can do this. Wow. Just color me surprised directly on that. Color me surprised direct. Shout out to the parents. Not checking in and having conversations, with their kids. And I've always said for years that whenever your kids come home, as a parent, you need to make time. I don't care how busy your life is. You need to take out 5 minutes to have a conversation with your kid to figure out what they're specifically teaching them in these schools, what they are getting indoctrinated with. Because it's crazy, if you as a parent, if you're not even about this and you're not doing it, you don't want your family doing it, then what right would a school, a daycare have to instill this into your child when you're not doing it? That's what I'll be talking about. But like I said, I'm the bad guy when I sit up there and bring stuff up. I'm the bad guy when I sit up there and critique parents and things of that nature. People want to try to quote, "Oh, sister, do you have kids?" And if you don't have this, then you don't need to speak on it. Well, I guess y'all gonna be burying kids. How about that one? I don't gotta be, in an embalmist or whatever it is in order to talk about burying somebody. I don't gotta be a doctor to sit up there and speak on the fact that people die every single day. So I guess there's gonna be a lot of kids' lives lost because they're getting instilled and they're being indoctrinated into something that they don't even know nothing about. And it's the adults that's giving them. It's not even the parents. It's other adults that are giving this information to these kids, but they're not specifically trying to protect these kids. They're not trying to be guardians of these kids. They're not trying to be the true defenders, and they're not even trying to teach the kids the consequences or the potentialities. But these are your kids' teachers, though, right? All right, you got it. Y'all got it.
Our teachers cannot walk off the job and leave our children unsupervised. So today, we decided in solidarity, we will support all those who are out protesting against the violence that we see and the harm that we see happening to our friends. So some of our friends are going to share how they feel about what's happening and what they want to see happen in our government to change the harm that we see. So Sahad, how do you feel about what's happening?
I feel all of it.
Right, and how do you feel? What did you tell us earlier?
I feel angry.
Because you don't like to see what?
I don't like to see people are hurt or taken away from their families.
Right, and so Isabel and Amadi, what do we want to say? Stop the
hating.
Right. Okay, and my last three, Faith, Mariama, and Raya, what do we want to tell people?
Enough. Stop hurting people.
And what do we want to say as a school?
Enough is enough. Stop hurting people.
Ms. Shadira, would you like to share your thoughts?
So I like the fact when they want to teach these kids that love is enough. That's cute. That is real cute. When they're not in the real world, because you'll find out that technically love doesn't even matter. Love doesn't pay the bills. Love doesn't keep a lot of relationships or marriages even together. Love doesn't even keep friends, and friendships. um Love is not even really apparent or specifically within a lot of families. So it's crazy to give these kids the ideology that love is enough when that's a total lie. When a lot of these people directly here who are older adults, they hate people within their own lives. It can be a parent, it can be some other relative, it can be an ex, it could be a coworker. They hate somebody, not love, but they hate. But yet you're trying to instill something into kids that you necessarily yourself as an adult don't actually practice, nor do you actually believe in or actually seek, because again, a lot of adults don't even love themselves. So again, it's a fallacy. It doesn't make sense. You're lying to these kids. Love is enough. Word? Really? So love is enough, but yet when those kids come from that daycare and go back home and they see their parents fighting back and forth, they see DV situations within their families. Would you love is enough? Love is going to conquer all. Love is going to save that situation. Love is going to stop them from being mentally affected by that to the point where they're going to need therapy in order to unwrite that programming that they were seen, not even given, but that they were seen because of the situations that they are surrounded in or live directly in. Okay, you got it.
Us are united, we're powerful, our words are strong, kindness is free. Let's do the right thing.
Miss Amy, would you like to share?
Just stop hating and be kind to one another.
Here at the Chloe Day School, we teach love, we teach kindness, and when we
Hold on. You said and what is your message in life? Hate? Who said that? So what? I have to automatically say love in order to preach that? I have to visibly show you and give you the word. I can't perform actions because actions speak louder than words, right? There's a lot of men out here that will decide that they'll perform actions to, in a sense, show a woman that they love them, but realistically, they don't actually love them. They're just doing that for performative reasons. But then you have men out here that will perform actions. They may say it very little, but the actions that they do, they'll provide. They will buy a house or build a house, right? They will afford that woman a car. They will pay for her education. They will shelter and protect the kids. They'll make sure that food is directly on the table. They will take care of that woman in sickness and in health. Like they'll be with that woman in her darkest days. So again, you have men out here that are performative when it deals with love just by doing certain actions like, oh, let me just do da, 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 da. But realistically, they don't. But then you have men out here that do actions. They don't have to speak really, but they do actions every single day to convey the fact that they love and they care about this person, that they will protect, that they will risk every single thing. So again, it's crazy to me when somebody wants to pull up to the scene and they want to try to tell me, so what is my message in life? I don't have to realistically, specifically tell somebody that I love them. I can do that by way of a great deal of actions that I perform in everyday life. Not just once in a while, once every blue or pink or purple moon. I'm talking about every single second of every single hour of every single day of every single week of every single month of every single year. Now, if you can't understand that and you don't know specifically what that is, you might want to talk to God about that. And if you're still confused about that, then again, you may want to talk to God about that. Let's continue.
we work together, we are a better world. Thank you. We're fighting with you, even though we're inside. Have a great evening. God bless.
Yeah.
So again, I had to block out the music and the sound. You got one kid. Let me just try to figure out something, right? So that video ended. So now you got these kids walking from, the high school. Obviously, this is California because it must be quite warm because nobody on the Midwest to the East Coast is dressed like this doing protests. But you can clearly see one of the traffic cones in one of the students' hands. What you doing with that? Why would you where are you going to place that? Where are you going to put it? Or where do you intend to throw it? Like I said, if I have to look at a situation and I have so many questions and I have no answers, we have a problem. Because again, there's other videos out there where some kids, they did protest, and I did see the video directly up there where the kids left the school and they were throwing their, I'm not sure if it was Chromebooks or if it was Apple laptops. They were throwing those laptops and breaking them. And I'm like, what does that have to do with a protest? What does that have to do with a protest? Nothing. Like I said, anything can happen directly to these kids walking. Luckily, you see some of the police directly there on the side of the road. That's great. But again, the police can't sit up there and stop a 1-ton vehicle. They can't stop somebody from sitting up there veering from traffic onto the sidewalk. So like I said, even with police presence, police can't stop and do everything. Nobody out here is Superman. Nobody. Like I said, that's crazy to me. That is 100% wild. All just to sit up there and skip class. Like I said, parents, y'all got to do better. Parents got to do better. So let's go directly to the, you know what? Let me just go to a different extent, right? What if the reason that the school system is allowing these protests to take place with the children is so that there is a chance that something can happen? Because just think about it for a second. We haven't had, out of all of the things that's happened, we had with the Renee Good, you had the other dude that was a nurse and some other type of stuff, right? Nobody was really trying to mobilize. Nobody was really rah, 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 angry and mad the way that they want people to be angry and mad, right? So what if they're now trying to mobilize the teenagers and the kids and put them directly out there because they know that the moment in time that something happens, or even if there is an attempt, that's going to really start to get to a lot of the adults. Now the adults are going to start actually being proactive. They're going to start moving. They're going to start doing stuff. Like I said, black folks, y'all better start talking to y'all kids. Y'all better start having conversations. Because I told y'all 99 different times that they need Black Americans to be a catalyst for any and everything to pop off, so that they got a reason to do so, and so that they got somebody to blame at the end of the day. Because no other group out here wants to be at point when it deals with, oh, this is the reason why this is really happening in the country. You guys were to start. Nobody wants to take that. Nobody wants to be the fall guy for that. Nobody wants to be responsible for that. Everybody is waiting for Black Americans, as always, to be at fault for something. Again, this is why stuff has not popped off. This is why you have people in the Asian community, people in the African community, people from the islands. This is why you got people who are Latin Mexicans specifically asking Black Americans online, hey, why don't you guys come out here and protest and yada, yada, yada. This is why you got white folks online trying to, quote unquote, mobilize Black people and use scare tactics and fear mongering. But like, oh, Black Americans, you know that, this is really about you guys. And stuff is going to sooner or later happen to you and rah, 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 and all this other type of. Like I said, nobody finds it funny that all of these groups, instead of all of those groups coming together and going out there and protest, everybody is like, no, we need to focus on Black Americans and we need to get them out there on the forefront. Nobody finds that weird. Nobody finds that suspicious. Like I said, that's more than a coincidence. It'd been different if we had 1 to 2 groups doing it, but you got people of almost every ethnicity that have made videos specifically pointing towards Black Americans and trying to question us about why we're not doing something. That's some wild work. When everybody has said that Black Americans are not important, we don't have no power, we're lazy, we don't have no jobs, we don't have no education, we don't add nothing to any types of conversation, we don't have no type of culture, we don't have no type of worth, basically. But yet all of these groups that have always said negative things about Black Americans are all focused on the same group that they said is worthless and don't do nothing. That's wild. That's wild. Nobody finds that interesting. Nobody finds that to be strange. But then at the same time, everybody tries to tell Black Americans that we're not a factor, that we're not important. But yet everybody is making videos. Okay. All right. But let's continue.
Is this serious? I'm pulling my child today. This is my daughter's middle school. Being allowed to protest ICE agents, disrupting traffic, having everyone honk. I'm pulling my child from school today. This is unbelievable. I'm here to pull my child from the school right now. I'm here to pull Remington Gates from the school district.
So you want to withdraw her?
Yep. This is unbelievable. I can't believe my kid is in this environment right now. I'm blown away. Can she be brought down to the office right now, please?
If we have everybody out there, we'll get her.
I'm blown away. As a mother?
Yeah. Well, so I can explain to you what we're.
This is disrupting traffic and my child's education.
Yeah, Mom, can you sign her out and then I just need to double check.
I need to see my kid.
Okay, yeah, we have to.
Okay. When she's down here, I will sign. Are you serious?
Because there's unfortunately some parental agreements where
every time I bring it in, she doesn't check it because she knows me. That's interesting.
That's okay. I just want to make sure Erica can sign her out, Erica, we'll get her for you.
We're just erring on the side of caution on this side.
Yeah, this is it. What about the other side? What about my family?
Jason's last name? Yeah, Remington. I got it. I understand.
This is amazing.
Let me just pause this real quick. So, what I want to say is that I find it very interesting, right? That in order for her to get her child and everything, she got to show ID verification. I mean, the kid could easily come down and verify if that's the parent or not. They can easily call the phone or whatnot or whatever. But she said that she never had to do that originally. But now all of a sudden, when she wants to pull her kid directly out and get her kid, now she got to do all of this extra type of stuff, right? But while they're asking her for this identification and all this other type of stuff, you got all of these kids outside near traffic. So you want to protect the kid who is in the school from the potentiality, I guess, of getting kidnapped, but yet you're allowing kids to be outside of the school unprotected. Somebody make that make sense for me. I'm a little bit confused. I don't understand how that works. I'm not seeing how that even makes sense. Maybe you know what? Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. But let's keep going.
Booed by every single student. By the way, I'm making that known because I didn't honk. I pulled up to make sure everyone was okay.
Could you please send Remington Gates to the office?
You want to come back and talk?
Absolutely not.
Yes, during school hours.
Did we already get your student?
Yeah.
No, not yet.
I mean, we called for him and everything, though?
She's on her way.
Okay.
From that year, 2 weeks ago.
Will you go make sure? Who's your student? Just
Remington Gates, 7th grade.
From
7th grade.
Stairs to here?
Absolutely.
Yep, Maddie.
And I want to be escorted to there because every single student booed me because I pulled up here, rolled down my window. Is everything okay? What's going on? To run into this? I didn't honk. I parked as soon as I walked up. I'm telling you right now, this is going to be a huge problem, guys. I cannot believe that my child is in this environment right now. I'm ashamed and I'm embarrassed as a parent and as an adult. Wow, I thought my kid was safe here.
They're very safe here.
Obviously not. I wasn't safe walking to the front door. Are you kidding me?
Hold on. Hold on. Somebody. Again, let me just. If any adults are clearly in this chat, we can clearly see out the window, right? Let me just. Right, we can clearly see out the window. You got kids on the front lawn of the school and near the curb on the street, and you can see traffic going back and forth. How are those kids very safe? What can any of those adults do inside of that school to stop a car from veering out of traffic onto the sidewalk, onto school property? What can they do to stop that? What do they got? They got some superheroes? They got a Megazord? Ultraman? Like what specifically, Hercules? Like who do they got that can specifically keep those kids 100% safe? They have nothing. They have nothing. But yet they're saying that the kids are 100% safe out there. But I promise you, they can't 100% guarantee you their safety, though. Like I said, sooner or later, let these protests keep happening. Something's going to happen to somebody's kid. Something is going to happen to somebody's kid. I promise you.
I wasn't safe driving up. Most of these little gang members that cornered my child are out here too, so that's interesting as well.
Would you like us?
No, because
I'll walk out there with you, but would you like a second person to do just our security guard as well?
No, I just need someone that can see if anything happens to me and my child. I don't trust people like this.
Can you please pop into the main office with me real quick, please?
Look at that. You got all those kids out there.
There's kids trying to learn right now too. Wonder what would be going on if the other side was protesting.
Hey, Morris, do we have the parents student?
Yeah, just around the corner here. Coming in now.
So we're going to walk out together?
For sure.
Yep.
You're going to stay in between him and I.
Okay, if we walk in the grass, would you like us
I prefer to.
It's going to be a little bit slippery.
The white Mazda.
I'm trying to figure out what is that black van out there for?
Where would I be able to pick up her transcripts so I can figure out education for her? The school district building, because I'm not coming back here. This is unsafe.
You can actually email the registrar, Miss Tara Foy, and she can email those straight to you.
Oh, Tara Foy.
Yep. Correct. Yep.
Awesome. Thank you. Get in the car, please.
Help you so traffic can stop, and then
I'm
if you
gonna.
then you don't have to go back.
I'm gonna whip around. They're protesting ICE agents. They're allowing kids to miss class, disrupt traffic, put people in danger.
Yep.
Ren, this is what I was letting you know about. This was gonna start happening. Hold my phone. This is so dangerous. So dangerous. Remington, you cannot be mad at mommy for what's happening now. This is not my fault, but you're not safe here no more. You can get a hold of Alex when school's over. We can pick her up. She can still come over and hang out. Cool with it. But we need to find a different, safe school. I cannot believe what I just drove into.
Yeah, they were talking about a walkout, but I was like, I don't know what that is. I didn't know it was going to be this bad.
It's not a walkout. It's straight up ICE protest right in front of your school. When I pulled up, I rolled out my window to the big African guy with the vest on right in front of the crowd. I rolled out my window. I said, "Is everyone okay? What's going on?" And he said, "Protest." I said, "Is my child out here?" He said, "I don't know."
My bad, I just had to laugh. She was like, I rolled up to the school and I saw a big African. My bad. I'm sorry.
Said, "Okay." And I parked and I came in and I said, "I'm pulling my child from the school district right now." I started recording live. As I walked up, was walking up to the building, because I didn't honk, someone in the crowd saw me walking back up and got everyone's attention, and they all started screaming at me. Just me. "You're not safe here, and if you want to be mad at me, it's okay, baby.
I'm not mad.
I forgive you. I'm sorry. I did not expect this. I'm sorry, baby. I will let you pick whatever school you want. I don't care if I have to pay for it, my baby. I don't care if I have to pay for it. Any school you want that I can drive to within 30 minutes of home."
The girl probably thinking about friends that she done made and all that stuff. But again, the mom has every right to have this concern. You said there's ice at the school? No, the kids they're protesting. They were doing this across the United States.
This is not what I wanted to happen.
Like I said, she's a mom. She had the right to sit up there and overreact. She out of the thousands of kids that we done sat up there and seen on the clips I done shown, this is the only parent that I've seen that pulled up and got their kid out of the school during the time of that
And
protest.
school is not a safe place. Like, I mean, it's unbelievable that just happened.
She's right. The school ain't safe. If they're allowing the kids to be out there,
I mean, your friends can come over and hang out anytime.
unprotected, the school ain't safe.
I mean, it's nothing against your friends. And I'm telling you, if this starts to disrupt my family life and my relationship with my daughter, that school's got a bigger problem than they already have right now.
Mom, so
if I start getting plays that's going on, I'm on live. I've been on live.
Like I said, the mom, she has every right to react the way that she is that she's reacting. Because like I said before, let's go back. Right? You got all of these kids directly out there now. Just think about that though. How many adults would it take in order to specifically monitor just within this view shot, just to monitor? Let's say that's probably about like maybe somewhere near like 40 students potentially. Just there. How many adults would it take to monitor each and every one of those 40 students? For me, I feel as though that you would need one adult per student. For me, that's adequate. That would be adequate. But we're dealing with the school system. They don't have that many teachers. Because if you take 40 teachers to put directly out there, then guess what? You don't got nobody monitoring the kids inside the school. So that goes back to what I stated earlier, it's very crazy that a school could look a parent directly in the face and state that the kids that are outside of their reach, because again, the guy who was there, I'm not sure if he works security or what, he works for the school. He said that the kids are super safe. You're inside the building. It's going to take you about 15 to 20 seconds to run from their office all the way out there to wherever something is going on. So again, that's one too many seconds in order to try to stop something or to prevent something. Multiple things already happened by the time you already try to like reach within that, that 5 to 15 seconds. It's already done. It's already over. You're just dealing with the aftermath now. Now you're just dealing with the cleanup. So again, that mother was 100% correct in going to the school and pulling her daughter out of the school because her child was not safe at all due to the fact that they had those ICE protests and they had those kids sitting directly outside of the school unprotected. You can't sit up there and say that kids are protected and you're not even there. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. That's wild. Like, Lord have mercy. Jay said the school system, you would be lucky to get 2 adults. Yeah, you would. 100%. Very lucky. DJ said that there's some ish popped off. His big goofy self wouldn't be out there. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. Reber said, why do they need to be monitored? If you are in class, you are written up and suspended. They need to be so let me put it to you like this, right? The reason why those kids need to be monitored are because whenever you, as a parent, when you drop your kids off, let's say to a daycare, to an elementary, a middle school, a high school, you are now handing, as a parent, you are handing your child over. You're allowing other adults to be the guardian, to be the protector of your child. So therefore, if anything happens while your child is at school, you as a parent, you're technically you're not the, realistically you're not to blame. You're not supposed to be to blame. It's the school system, because the school system, the kids are under your care. They're the ones that's supposed to provide protection and care for your kids and to make sure that they are safe and sound. This is why they need to be monitored. And again, the school system on school grounds, again, has nothing to do with the parents. These kids are on school grounds and they are not being supervised. They are not protected. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, the main thing that I've been preaching for the longest time possible on this channel, more than anything else, is of course protection for the kids directly out there, because I've stated before that a lot of adults do not care, and a lot of people who can have kids are not even specifically parents, because those parents don't even know how to be parents because their parents weren't even parents. So this is why we're dealing with certain circumstances out here when it deals with the predicaments that a lot of teenagers are in socially and currently at this moment in time, as what I listed, previously, earlier on during the live stream. Like I said, this is crazy. It just should not be. And the reason why I'm directly on the mother's side when it deals with this whole situation is the fact that any and everything could have happened. We've already seen instances of people that want to go inside of schools and do whatever it is that they do. We didn't already saw that for like within 10 years. We saw that happen, right? And then they changed the laws. So if at one moment in time we were afraid of people coming into schools, should we also be afraid of people being outside of schools wanting to do the exact same thing? And giving these circumstances, this will be the perfect storm. So you wouldn't have to worry about people going inside of schools and trying to do something. They can just wait for somebody to decide to do one of these protests and it's over. They can get as many people as they want to sit up there and get. Nothing is stopping them. Who's going to stop them? You don't have the X-Men. You don't have the Power Rangers. You don't got the Brotherhood of Evil. You don't have Gotcha Man. You don't got Ultraman. You don't got He-Man. You don't got nobody out there to stop anybody from going amongst those crowded kids and just laying everything down. You got nothing. Like I said, it's crazy out here. Like people don't want to pay attention, and people don't want to start looking at stuff up until stuff happens. And then people, oh, woe is me, tiny violin, and what forever will I do? And then you know what the school system is going to sit up there and say? Our condolences to the families and the students that lost their lives, and this, that, and the third. We're working with law enforcement and everybody else in order to find out how this happened. And we're working on things to make sure that this is preventable, that it never happens again. And we're working with any of the kids that need therapy or need to see a school counselor. Please contact us or let us know, and we'll allow you to take as much time as you need to sit up there and take in order to grieve. They're going to give the normal spiel, but they're not going to talk about trying to put money on on medical bills. They're not going to be talking about trying to help those parents to bury their kids. They're not going to try to do any of those things because the school system don't care. Once they got your kids enrolled and enlisted, all they care is about those thousands of dollars that they're going to get, especially on count day. That's all they care about. After they get that money, it's whatever. Your kids are pretty much throwaways up until further notice. Like I said, if the schools actually cared about your kids, it didn't matter what protest was happening. They would not allow your kids outside of those doors if they actually cared. If those schools were getting money every single day for keeping those kids in those seats, there would be no protest. They would lock the school down. They would make sure that wasn't happening. But again, that's not what they're doing because they don't legitimately actually care about your kids. This is why whenever something go back and look at any school incident that's happened over the last 10 years and look at the exact same statement that the schools give every time. Again, it's lack of emotion. They don't care. They don't. But like I said before, there a lot of these folks out here who are trying to have things pop off. They're going to use every and any route that they can take in order to make people start moving. I can just safely say, and for me, I hope that doesn't happen. I don't want anything negative to happen to any of these kids at all, but it's only a matter of time because I've only seen one parent step up and decide like, all right, enough is enough. I think somebody else wrote directly in the comment section, if more parents pulled up to the school to take their kids directly out, then the school would start to panic. They would. And what the school would probably start to do is that they might start locking the doors. Just like when the banks, like I put it to you like this, if everybody in the city started going to the main local bank or the branch and everybody in the city wanted to pull out their money, the banks will start locking their doors and calling the police because they don't have the money to facilitate that. And usually when it deals with money, such as a school, they're going to start getting real shaky because the only way for a school to exist is if they got kids to put in those seats. If they start losing kids, they start losing money. Well, guess what? Now they got to start making school cuts. So that means a lot of teachers' aides. That means a lot of full-time teachers. The principal and the vice principal's salary got to get slashed and all this other type of stuff. And then soon enough, that school might not even be open, depending on how long it goes on. Might not even be open. But too many parents that care more about their jobs than their actual kids. And the only time that a lot of parents tend to care about their kids is when they lose them. So it'd be like that. So like I said before, I guess parents got to start losing kids in order for people to realize to wake up and to start really paying attention to what's going on. Because that's the only time when parents start pulling up to the scene talking about at a funeral, like, man, if I would have just been a better parent, if I would have just, took out the time, if I would have just did more. Instead of doing it right now, people want to wait until people are dead in order to be a better person. It's too late. Don't even bring it up. Just like the same way you just buried that person, bury all of those sentimental words. It don't even matter now. You speaking to somebody that can't even speak back. You don't got no time stone. You're not pulling this back. It's over. It's curtains. Give up. Like I said, it's wild out here. And especially to a lot of Black American parents, you better start talking to your kids. You better start talking to your kids. Because like I told people before, the easiest way to control a lot of Black folks out here is by emotions. The moment in time you sit up there and do that, it's over. You can make Black folks do anything. You can make them do anything. Like I said, all you got to do is just like say something wrong. Automatically, people just sitting up there losing their minds. You automatically got control over them. You can just guide them, literally, Just keep saying some words and just keep moving directly backwards while you're saying something to black folks directly out here. They will follow and track you down no matter where it is that you're going, because people are enraged. People are angry. So if you got that directly with adults, what do you think that means for the kids? It's over. It don't take nothing to get kids riled up. You can just look at them strange. You can just sit up there and probably talk about an artist like something stupid, and automatically it's a whole argument. People tensing up, people ready to sit up there and square up and fight and all this other type of, like I said, it's too easy. It's too easy. It is too easy. And now the biggest problem when it deals with this generation is that they have a lot of their artists of the younger generation, of their generation, like a Billie Eilish and what's the Latin dude name? Bad Bunny and a few others that pulled up to these academies, and they sitting up there, saying all this other type of stuff, basically hyping up the situation, knowing the fact that they're not going to be on the front lines. And that's what a lot of those kids don't realize. Like, it's cool. All right, they're saying it in front of their peers. They're saying it in the safety. The police ain't going to come do nothing. Nobody's about to run up through there and do this, that, and the third. But a lot of the teenagers, they don't understand that. They just think like, oh, it's cool. It's like, this is my idol, and he's sitting up here saying this and doing that. Let me know when they're on the front lines. Let me know when they're putting their freedoms and their bodies directly online, like y'all sitting up there doing out here. Then maybe that might actually mean something. But they're not doing this. None of your celebrities that you follow, none of them are showing directly up to these protests to be directly with y'all. They're not trying to do that because they know better. They're going to stay directly in Mount Olympus, and they're going to sit up there and do whatever fake protest in order to get, some type of like brownie points from everybody else directly out here. Like I said, all of this is like a money move right now. This whole situation with immigration has been going on ever since you had the Trump administration, the Biden administration, you had the Obama administration. You had 3 different administrations. And I think even Bush, but I'm just going to list the 3: Obama, Biden, Trump. You had 3 administrations where this whole thing with immigration has been going on, but yet you didn't have none of these celebrities magically really saying nothing. They might have said some stuff here and there, but now all of a sudden people want to start being real vocal when they win some awards and all this other type of stuff, because you're reaching a certain height when it deals with everything going on, because now it's the cool thing to do. Like I said, these kids, they don't know nothing. They don't know how these contracts work. They don't know that these celebrities got handlers. They don't know that a lot of these celebrities, they will just jump on a trend because it's a trend. And right now, dealing with this, it is a trend. For them, it's a trend. And the reason I say it's a trend is because it's something that can easily gather them, again, brownie points. It can get them views. It can get them money. It can even potentially, depending, get them sponsorships. Like I said, it's crazy, man. Y'all got to start talking to y'all kids. Y'all really got to start talking to y'all kids out here, man, before it gets bad. Y'all really got to start talking to y'all kids. Hack said a very random question because I'm bored. If you passed on, would you rather be reincarnated back to this world, Simba is a guy, or as an adventurer, or a world where you have a 50-50 chance of being a superhero? I don't know. That'll probably take a minute, because there's pros and cons to quite a bit of that. I've played adventure games where I've had to start from level 0 and grind basically up, and then I've played other games where I had to, I went from nothing to basically being a superhero. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. I guess it would just depend on the world, I guess, or something like that. I guess it would just depend on the world. This woman, Gail. Oh my goodness, Gail, every single time, let me tell you. But yeah, like I said, it's just it's a situation that is it's just bad all over the place. And you know, it's not going to look too good for a lot of folks. Like I said, if you got adults that want to go out there and protest, that's cool. Go out there and protest. But to involve the kids, that's reckless. That's 100% reckless. Because like I said, let something happen to these kids directly out here. Yeah, something's gonna be happening. Something's gonna be popping off real quick. It will. It might be a slow burn. It might take a minute. It might take a minute. But I promise you, what's gonna happen is that if anything happens at one of these protests with these kids, you're gonna have more students basically mobilized because they're gonna feel certain. Because again, young kids, they feel like they're invincible, and they're gonna be in the mode of like, I wish somebody would. Not understanding that it's great to feel that way, but again, you're not invincible, and any and everything out here can't harm you. And you're not going to be able to defend yourself, you know, against everything. You know, especially if somebody actually wants to do harm to you, you're not going to be able to protect yourself against that because you're not going to know you're not going to know the angle, where it's going to come from, what specifically they may try to do, and all this, you know, other type of stuff, like, you know, and then you'll have the parents out there. In one of the videos that I have, what was it? Let me see if I can actually pull this one directly for y'all. Let me just pull this real quick. Let me go here. Was it this one? I think it's this one. I don't even care. It's let me just put it up there. Had to use Bandai.
Students at two Escambia County high schools walked out of class this afternoon. It was part of a national day of protests against Immigration and Customs Enforcement. WEAR's Melanie Levy joining us from Pensacola High School, and you watched as the students did walk out before the end of school.
Sue, that's right. It's empty out here right now, but just a few hours ago, students came out here to chant against ICE, and I'm
Shout out to
told
Heck.
that administrators did not support their walkout.
Students that choose to engage in protest should do so off campus and outside of school hours. This policy is in place to ensure student safety and maintain an orderly learning environment. Any student who jeopardizes the orderly learning environment of the school and is out of their assigned area is subjecting themselves to disciplinary action.
On Friday morning, students at Pensacola High School were told not to participate in a nationwide day of protests against Immigration and Customs Enforcement during school hours. But at 2 o'clock during the school day, dozens of students walked out of class.
We want to make it very clear we're not walking out to protest against our administration. We're walking out to protest against ICE.
Even more students participated in this protest at Pine Forest High School. But high schoolers weren't the only activists taking part, as several parents joined in. Students say throughout the day, administrators and teachers threatened them with a 10-day suspension if they participated in the walkout. I reached out to district officials asking if students or staff would face penalties for leaving class. They responded saying respectfully they were not going to make a statement on this issue.
And how does that make you feel as a parent knowing she might be getting a 10-day suspension?
It makes me extremely upset. I mean, they're just exercising their First Amendment rights. I mean, they are students, but they still have those rights. I was a veteran, I am a veteran, and I fought for the right for them to do this.
Many students undeterred by the potential consequences.
It's a small price to pay, in my opinion, for standing up for the lives and quality of life for people nationwide.
John Roberts, chair of the Escambia County Republican Party, says he supports whatever repercussions these teens may face.
Have students get up and leave, you know, right in the middle of class or even in between classes and not be there. Yeah, it's distracting, and it's just wrong it's hurting themselves. And many of them do not understand either what they're really doing. And you need to do your assignments. You're there to learn. Taxpayers spend a lot of money to help you, and you need to stay in school.
Now, beyond the schools, there were several businesses in Pensacola that shut down temporarily today to send a message in solidarity against ICE.
Live in Pensacola, I'm Melanie Levy. Back to you, Sue.
So we heard that, right? And at least with that one, it was only a few students that came directly up out there, and the parents were at least there, right? So if anything did happen, guess what? It's not the school's problem, it's the parents, because the parents are out there. Hey, you can protect your kids. You can decide to, get them back into school, or you can decide to have them out there protesting and all this other type of stuff. But also on top of doing that, you did see the kids. They were basically causing a distraction when it dealt with the learning, because they had bullhorns directly out there, and the parents were out there, and they were yelling directly at the school, telling people to walk out and all this other type of stuff, join the protest and rah, 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 rah. And a lot of people like, yeah, nah, I ain't doing that. I'm good. At least there. I'm not sure how many kids are in that school during the time. At least those kids had common sense to not, quote unquote, do the followers to be sheep. They made up their own minds. They were like, yeah, I'm just going to stay directly in school. I'm just going to be in there. I'm not going to sit up there and risk a 10-day protest. Because let me put it to you like this. Those schools could decide at a moment in time that they don't want to give a kid during graduation. They could be like, all right, you're not getting your diploma because of whatever it is that you decided to do. Schools can do that. Schools can be real petty. Because I've seen teenagers get their not be able to get their diplomas on graduation day for less. So again, I don't know who's over the school, who specifically works for the school, or what side of the aisle that they may lean directly on. But if any of those folks are Republican, this is going to affect those kids more ways than one. And that's why, again, I'm trying to tell a lot of parents out there, you may want to talk to your kids, because you don't know who their teachers are. They could be highly conservative, highly Republican, and then your kid decided that they wanted to walk out. Well, that teacher is going to make it real difficult for your kid to graduate or to get the proper grades in that school. They're just going to be on them, tough as nails, and it ain't nothing that you can do about it. Like I said, with decisions that you make in life, it comes with a lot of consequences, or sometimes unforeseen consequences. And that's not me saying that I'm agreeing with that teacher on what it is that they decide to sit up there and do and being petty. I'm not sitting up saying that. But what I am saying is that you have unforeseen consequences out here when people decide to make certain decisions. And that's the thing that a lot of these parents right now that's outside, they're not telling they what's the names that their kids that. Because even when it deals with the workplace, what do they always sit up there and tell? For anybody who has worked a standard issue job, what do they normally sit up there and tell you not to talk about? They'll be like, hey, don't sit up there and talk about sexual orientation. Don't talk about race. Don't talk about politics. Don't talk about religion, because all of those are very heated topics that will start arguments. And you got a variety of people that believe in a variety of things. And then that'll start to break down the teamwork or the cohesiveness, of the people that are supposed to be working together at that job. And now the job has a problem that they got to fix. So if we're not supposed to be doing that at the job, why are we enlisting middle schoolers, pre-K or first or second graders, and high schoolers into politics? That's all I'm saying. Like, it don't make sense. It don't make sense. Like, it's wild to me. Eddie said discouraging students from protesting is like telling people not to protest. I mean, no, it's not. What was it? I'm trying to remember my principal's name during the time. Was it Dr. Wright? I think it should have been Dr. Wright. There was a moment in time that there was supposed to be some type of protest going on about something. I think it had to do with the school. And a lot of the kids ended up just getting directly out of the class and just walking out. And I think, did I walk out? I think I probably walked out too. But this was in the school that we were having this protest. And Dr. Wright, and this lets you know how much respect students basically had specifically for the principal. She came through there, and it's a black woman. She came directly through there. She was like, yo, You got until the count of 10 for all of y'all to get into y'all classes. If you don't get into your classes and we catch you out, and she knew people by name. She was like, if you don't get into your class by the count of 10 and we still see you out here, you're gonna be getting suspended. And as soon as she started counting, people started scattering. As soon as she started counting, people started scattering. That protest was over. Right? But like I said, that's dealing with, with kids that actually have, respect for the principal, that's there. That's not the generation that you're dealing with now. These principals, they can't sit up there and do that. Probably not even the teachers can sit up there and do that. So like I said, good luck. Good luck with that. Yo, Sherry, what is up? What is up? You said no black parents should ever let their children go protest for people that won't ever protest on their behalf. People that don't like them. I'm hoping no black children did the same on you said shame on the black parents. No. You in the first video that I gave directly to y'all, let me see if I can go back to it. That wasn't it. I think it was it this one? No, it wasn't that one. It was no, it wasn't that one. Let me see. Was it this one? No, you had black you got black students out there. Like I said, you got a whole bunch of students directly out there. You can see the black students out there. You got in a few other videos, you got black students directly on somebody's car or however that basically works or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, they out there. But it's nothing that you can sit up there and do about it. Again, people gonna have to sit up there and learn the hard way. Like I said, I have no problem with constitutional rights. That's cool. That's great. But everything comes with consequences. And as I stated before, unforeseen consequences. So better yet, let me just put it like this, because everybody ain't gonna understand. When it deals with Black Americans, everything that we do has consequences. That's something that everybody else don't understand. Everybody else is not taught that. That's not within their ecosystem. That's not within their biome. That has nothing to do with them historically. It don't matter how Black Americans have moved. We've always had to deal with consequences. Even if we follow everything to the letter of the law, even if we follow everything directly to a T, there have always been negative consequences every single time. Every single time. So let me be more specific when I'm talking about this. When it deals again with Black people wanting to express their rights, always understand that the ones that came before you lost their lives a lot of the times trying to express their constitutional rights. And the people that they encouraged either lost their lives or got severely maimed. So again, unlike every other group directly out here, for the Black Americans, pay attention. You saw the Renee Good situation, correct? You saw the other guy that was a nurse, correct? You saw other people that were maimed directly out here that were not Black American. So again, for the Black Americans, if you pay attention to the examples, whatever happened to them could very easily happen to you, but on a worse scale. And the only thing that people are going to do is the same thing that they've always done, and sit up there and say that you are at fault. It is your fault that it happened. There's not going to be a payoff. Nothing is going to be fixed at all, and you're going to be forgotten. Nobody is going to side with you. Like I said, too many instances of nonsense happening. like I said, constitutional rights and everything is great, but you should not be getting babies involved directly in something that they have no comprehension, no understanding of. They don't know nothing on nothing that's going on when it deals with Democrats or Republicans. There's not even an easy way to even explain government directly to these young kids. They don't even have the attention span. But what we're going to do is we're going to get them involved in politics. That don't make no sense. You're going to involve somebody in something that they can't even comprehend. That's crazy. That's like that's sort of akin to the Vietnam War, when you had teenagers that were literally scared for their lives back in the 70s, and they had to watch their names or the letters for their names, or however it went, basically be called, and then the bus ended up rolling up to come take them directly to the military base. You're involving them in something that has nothing to do with them, that they don't have any comprehension directly of, but now they're made responsible for adult decisions. It doesn't make any type of sense. It's crazy to me. That's wild. But like I said, whatever it is, though, right? You know, people can go out there and express. Go right ahead. Go have preschoolers and kindergartens walking these streets, holding up signs. Go right ahead. Have these middle schoolers directly walking down these streets, holding up signs, and let some crazed adult with a weapon roll directly through here, or some crazed adult in a 2+ ton vehicle mow right through the group. Because everybody's like, yeah, go out there and, you know, and express your constitutional right and your right to do this and your right to do that. All right, go right ahead. And then I want to see what the response is going to be. Like I said, it's wild out here. Hey, D-Love, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, people don't get what I've been can't get my words right now. Sound like Porky Pig out here. Lord have mercy. People don't get what it is that I've been saying for the longest time possible. And again, a lot of adults do not specifically care about the kids. People could have tried to teach kids to protest at any other given time in life. All these other times out of the 17 years that they've been, you know, sitting up here, people could have taught them how to protest and all this other type of stuff and yada yada yada. But people opted not to do that. People opted to give the kids the option to start protesting right now. Why is that? You don't find that weird? You don't find that questionable? Nobody wanted kids to be out there protesting when it dealt with who to vote for and all this other. Nobody wanted to sit up there and do that. Nobody wanted to tell the kids to protest when it dealt with mayoral candidates, right? Or police chiefs. Nope. Nobody wanted to tell the kids to protest when it dealt with, you know, voting for a new superintendent, a new principal. Nope. Nobody wanted to have the kids try to protest when it dealt with the school system and the different things that they wanted to implement or take away. Nope. But now specifically, and again, those are things that specifically affect those kids realistically, right? When it deals with the school system, the superintendent, the principal, and all of those things, how the funds, you know, get split and divvied up when it deals with the schools, right? But now when you're dealing with this, now you're telling kids to go out there and protest for this, huh? That's wild. So no protesting when it specifically has to do with something of the school system, but something outside of the school system that's outside of these kids' control. Yeah. We want you to go out there and protest and risk your lives and put your lives and your freedoms directly online. Okay. All right. Y'all making a lot of sense out here. Let me tell you, y'all making a lot of sense. Like, that's wild to me. Paula said, I think there's been walkouts with protesting gun laws and school shootings. You know, the funniest thing about that, I would have loved to see that. Out of all of the incidences that we've had at schools, how come we did not have mass wide protests? How come all of these parents that say that they care about their kids, how come none of these parents came together and be like, yo, we're going to have a united protest across the United States dealing with all the schools when it deals with these school incidents is to bring full-fledged awareness directly of this so that we can actually get some things changed, so that we can actually get some things implemented. Again, these are things that actually deal with the kids, that deal with the school system. We didn't see that on a mass scale. I can't even give you how many laws we even have even dealing with that, because the moment in time that the whole thing with the schools ceased to exist, everything went back to normal. People can come directly in and out of the doors when it deals with the schools, and people can walk in and out. There's not, really those same secure lock-ins and all the other type of stuff. It's almost like the same thing like the pandemic. At one point in time, everybody was completely scared. Everybody was fear-mongering. All of these other types of precautions. And then magically, once the economy started falling down, we got to relax the laws and we got to return things back to normal. We got to get people back into the office, back into their jobs. And it was the same thing back during 9/11. What happened there? Everybody was against, Muslims or anybody that, of the Islamic faith and all this other, that dressed a certain type of way that was from the Middle East. And then slowly but surely, give it about a good 10, or 10 to 12, maybe like 15 years within that, everybody was relaxed. Everything went right back to normal. It's the exact same thing every single time. But like I said before, when all of those school incidences were taking place, there should have been, mass protests across the United States. Parents should have been there. But we didn't really see that. It's crazy. Let me see. Oh, so you just up here saying anything, huh? Sitting up here saying certain group of modern women are totally brainwashed. The main thing that you're not listening to, because like I said, I don't even know what type of stuff. Like maybe you're on like a hate women, type of like rhetoric. That's great. Again, I'm just going to put you in a box as the rest of the folks, the rest of the adults that don't actually care about kids. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. Because now you're just sitting up there saying dumb stuff, and I'm guessing you have to be Caucasian, because I'm like, that name just seems oddly enough stupid, and it takes a stupid person in order to create a stupid name. So yeah, that would be. It sounds right there. Sounds right there. Like I said, that's crazy. Rain said that's because people were sad about the children, but they didn't want to give up any rights to bear arms. I mean, it'd be like that. Rabbit said, do black parents tell their children not to try to impress the white kids? I'm tired of seeing black children getting caught up in the nonsense. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, it's got a whole follow type of culture out here when it deals with a lot of kids. At a certain point, you didn't really have as many followers in a sense, but now because of social media and everybody wants to be of the younger generation, everybody has a platform and want to try to get a quick 15 minutes of fame and all this other type of stuff. They're going to follow and do what others are sitting up there doing, just so they can have a little bit of popularity. Because remember, a lot of these kids, like even the kids that you've seen directly in the videos, let's go back here, like all of these kids, they're not popular. They don't really got nothing happening. They're ordinary, right? There's only, again, in every single high school, it's only the top 1% that's the most popular. All the other kids there either got to follow in line or they got to try to do something in order to get that type of popularity. So in order for them to do that, this is what social media is for. So they'll get directly on social media, start themselves a platform, and they'll be, in a sense, internet wise, they'll be more accepted or more popular on social media platforms than they would be in their own schools. So you got this type of fight that is going on that was never there before. Like I said, the option to become popular, let's say like 15, 20 or whatever years, that was never there. You never had the option. It was either you basically join a sport, or hey, you was like the rich kid, or you was a kid that everybody wanted to be. Other than that, yeah, it was over. You were just basic. You were just ordinary. You had to go through the stuff that everybody else had to, sit up and deal with and go through, in high school. But like I said, it's a whole different culture out here now. Yo, Andy, what is up? What is up? What is up? Double M, what is up? You said, what will happen if Trump goes after the European immigrants and ICE grabs white kids? It's in his plans. Yeah, good luck on that one. Last time I remember, Trump said that he would want Europeans to come directly over, like Sweden and Denmark and stuff like that. He said he wanted those types of people to immigrate directly over, to America. D Love said, we don't. Parents as a collective, we are individuals, quote unquote, black parents. 310 said, what's wrong with standing up for your rights? This is the problem. And let me just repeat it, just a little bit quicker, right? Why not have the kids? Why not teach the kids about the school system and about how the money is divided up and how the adults over the school system have the power to take away certain things like art, music, sports, and they can defund certain things. So why not educate those? If you wanted to teach the kids how to protest, why not teach them about that so that they can start protesting those things? I've never seen kids protest a superintendent, a principal, the school district, the school system, and things of that nature. Like the same way that I'm looking at this, that should be happening around the United States. Because a lot of adults are absorbing money and the school is not actually getting the money. The teachers are not actually getting the money. The kids don't even have the adequate or the proper things that they need in schools in order to learn. Like the budget is supposed to be so much, but then the kids, they need brand new booklets, they need brand new, equipment, sports equipment, they need certain teachers to teach certain classes, but they can't afford to either pay them or find those adequate teachers. But yet you can afford to pay a superintendent or a principal, let's say just for argument's sake, let's say 100 plus, K a year, when you can basically slash that and you can put that money directly into the schools or the school lunches or things that are actually beneficial for the students. Like there are things that actually affect the students that they should be educated about and protesting versus things that are outside of their scope, outside of their power. That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, if you wanted to teach kids how to protest, then you could have been doing this a long time ago, but nobody was trying to do that. People want to keep the kids stupid and ignorant on certain things, but then they want to, give them stuff on everything else. It doesn't make sense. It seems kind of lopsided. It seems very lopsided. What was it? The funniest thing is when people want to bring up Martin Luther King, but they don't bring up the fact of who took out Martin Luther King and who disliked him and who didn't want him to exist. But people want to say bring up, Martin Luther King in order to prove some type of point. Martin Luther King was the same person who said that he put himself or his people into a burning building, burning house, basically saying that he had regrets for what it is that he led the black community directly into. Y'all never want to talk about that though. Y'all not trying to go that deep. Y'all not trying to have an understanding of that, but y'all always want to bring up Martin Luther King. That's wild to me. That's crazy. And then on top of that, you talking about Martin Luther King. That's a grown man that was protesting. That wasn't somebody's kids in elementary, middle school, or high school. Martin Luther King was somebody, and along with those other adults, they were folks that realized the consequences, the severity of their actions. And a lot of them faced those severities and those actions head on. Where you had black people dealing with water hoses and dogs getting pushed directly on them. they getting jailed, beaten by the police, or people on the opposite side. Like I said, it's crazy when people want to mention all of this stuff, but they don't mention all of the ugly stuff that happens. That's wild to me. That is wild. Martin Luther King would have been in the streets today. Who told you that? Who told you that? Like, it's crazy how folks that don't have nothing to do with nothing wanna sit up there and say what a black civil rights leader would have been doing at this moment in time. That's wild. That's crazy to me. That is diabolical in nature. Let me see something real quick. Hmm. Hmm. I put it to you like this, right? If you feel that strongly directly about it, right? How about this? You feel that strongly directly about it, and you're saying that you somebody from the older generation, you can go directly out there. You can put your family on the front lines. You can put whatever grandchildren that you got that's in elementary school, put them on the front lines as well too, holding up signs, put them directly in the streets, the exact same way that you see these kids in the streets. Go out there. Go right ahead. Knock yourself right on out. Knock yourself right on out. The main thing that I'm doing right now is that I'm trying to make sure that black folks here don't get caught up in a situation where they could potentially lose their lives, their kids can lose their lives, so that it can be used as a catalyst to jump stuff off that we don't need to be involved in. And especially for the simple fact, let me just go back to what I said before, right? Because this is specifically a reason why I said that black folks don't need to be a part of this situation.
I will vote. Arriba. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump. If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump. I vote for Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Hey. So what you're telling me is that you feel that black people, knowing the fact that another group of people are the causation for the demise that they are facing currently at this moment in time, you mean to tell me that black people, including Martin Luther King, if we can just bring him back from the grave, should be out there on the front streets to clean up the mess of which a whole nother demographic caused for themselves? How does that make sense? I'm just trying to I just need an answer on that one. I just, because to me it don't make sense. It don't make sense. I and many other black people in the black community should put our lives on the front line in order to do this. I'm lost. I'm a little bit confused on what do you mean? What do I fear? I'm trying to figure out what does quote unquote what I fear have to do with this situation. I'm a little bit confused. Some educate me on that. Because please don't tell me that you're going to try to turn this into a whole thing of like, oh, well, just say if you're scared, just say that and da 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 da. You can miss me with that one. Because again, I put something directly in front of you where you got people that led to what specifically took place. Matter of fact, let me go to another situation. Let me just make it very clear. Let me see. Do I have the full fledged picture? Right. Okay. Since we're having this conversation, right? Tell me, looking at this picture real quick, right? These are the two people that was affected by what took place with ICE. These are two white folks. Let me know. No. I want the moderators to leave that dude here. Do not get rid of this dude. Leave him directly right there. Leave him directly right there. Leave him right there. Because I need to have this conversation because I'm trying to figure out something. If the whole reason, the real reason why you see a lot of these protests in a sense happening and going as they are, you see two people. Where are the black Americans here? Let me know. For the guy, what's your name? 310 Man Ruth. Where are the black Americans in this picture? So you mean to tell me that for a white situation that black Americans need to go out there and protest? That's what we need to do? Because I could, correct me if I'm wrong, during the whole extent of Black Lives Matter, weren't white people and many other people saying they was like, oh, Latino lives matter, Asian lives matter, police lives matter, immigrant lives matter, all lives matter, white lives matter. Wasn't everybody doing that to counter BLM and what that stood for? But you're telling me right now that black Americans need to get up. They need to get their children, their babies out there directly in the streets to protest for the image that you clearly see directly in front of you. How does that make sense? And you mean to tell me that somehow, some way, I need to find some powers and use those to potentially awaken Martin Luther King, because he would then himself, because he's a civil rights leader and activist, he would be out there on the front lines for this. Okay. All right. You said you are sitting on the sidelines and doing nothing but watching in fear. I'm just, how in the world did I sit up there and say that I'm afraid? Because I never said that. I said that I don't want my people to be used as a catalyst in order to start, let's say, martial law directly in this country. Because again, maybe you don't really see what it is that is happening and what they're trying to do. So you're saying that, yeah, let's put all the black people out there so we can get martial law and all this stuff basically happening. That doesn't make any sense. That makes zero sense. Because if you've actually paid attention, again, you're a part of the older generation. If you actually paid direct attention to what is taking place here, they're trying to implement the Real ID. They're working on, they already got the what is it? The blockchain technology, such as the FedNow. They're already working on 2.0 cities. They're already upping the housing prices and make sure the younger generation can't even afford to actually own a house. They're pretty much getting rid directly of the middle class. They're working on a whole cure. Now, I'm not going to say cure. They're working on a vaccine for disease X, which is crazy because you can't work on you can't work to vaccinate something that doesn't even exist. On top of the fact that they're still trying to find ways to implement the chip and a variety of other things directly into, everything else dealing with America. And one of the main things in order to really, along with 15-minute cities, but in order to get a lot of things jumping off, they need martial law. They need martial law. They need that to happen. They need a catalyst in that main thing that has always helped to jump off a lot of things in these United States is having black folks inserted into stuff. That's crazy. That's diabolical. And then the other thing is that you've had older folks that are older than me that are part of your generation. What's the older gentleman's name? 310. You have folks within your generation, right? The Dick Gregory's and all that. You don't have people of that age range trying to educate black folks on how it is that immigration has been used in order to uproot black Americans, in order to cause displacement, in order to, you know, cause like a flight to happen. You know, the one thing I get tired of y'all sitting up there doing every single time that y'all pull up to the scene, that's the last, because y'all don't really got nothing else to go off of. Y'all be like, oh, well, just keep believing what it is that Donald Trump is sitting up there telling you. Who said I believe any of that? I said that I got that from black folks who are older than me. I'm talking about black and white videos. Do you understand what I'm sitting up there saying? I wasn't around during those times. Do you understand what I'm saying? I wasn't around during the 70s. I wasn't around during the early 80s. I was not there. Do you understand what I'm sitting up there telling you? But you're sitting up there telling me that everything that's happening in this country is beneficial for black Americans. All right, you got it. You got it. Like I said, this is why I said before, you can't really have conversations with older folks out here. Like, it's useless, because they ain't trying to hear nothing. Like they're just stuck in like this certain type of like mind frame. This is why it's hard to teach older folks about new technologies. They just can't sit up there and really get with it. They're not trying to learn anything new. They stay stagnant directly in, you know, in whatever timeline that they were basically previously from, because that's their comfortability. They don't know anything outside of that. Anything outside of that makes them uncomfortable. It makes them antsy. Like I said, that's crazy to me. But like I said, like you said before, yeah, we should automatically be helping folks out. You got it. You got it. Like you said, I'm afraid, I'm scared. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. I'm afraid and scared. Yep. Jesus Christ. So you said history will repeat itself. History has been I actually took some time and I looked directly at your page. I can tell that you are a older gentleman. So this is why I'm speaking with a certain type of respect when I'm directing my responses directly to you, because you've seen more and you've walked you know, a lot more years than I have, right? And I respect that. No problem. But respectfully speaking, when it deals with your age, I would assume that you would know that history has been repeating itself, such as the whole thing with weren't you during the time of the Bill Clinton crime bill and a variety of different things of that nature? I'm pretty sure that you saw, you know, the Reagans and the Nixons and, you know, stuff of that nature. I'm pretty sure that you saw the United States putting drugs directly into the black community, black men being torn apart from the black community, along with the black family as well. I'm pretty sure that you were around during the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s when you saw drugs and crack being, you know, heavily pressed and prevalent throughout the black community, and how it is that black men were, you know, strung out, selling drugs directly to the community and things of that nature. And we're watching that exact same history that you were around for, that men of your generation could have potentially put a stop and a cease to. We're looking at that right now. Still, the police brutality, such as Rodney King, correct? You were around during that timeline of which that black men of your generation could have stopped that. And we're still watching police brutality happen still to this day. Do I have to keep going? Since you want to mention how it is that history is going to just repeat itself. You want to sit up there and talk about how it is that people need to start standing up and doing stuff. Where were the black men of your timeline to stop a lot of these things from happening, as they're still being consistent at this moment in time? Like, it's crazy to me to talk about things being persistent and things repeating itself when your generation of black men are still repeating the exact same mistakes. And you have not impacted or taught the younger generation, my generation, really anything. but just leaving bad examples for us to sit up there and try to figure out. So this is why we got broken households at this moment in time. This is why we still got issues with DV directly in the black community. This is why we still got issues with black men and young black boys selling drugs and dying from drugs in the black community, along with the gangs, along with the shootings, along with the robberies and the crimes. So please, please, respectfully speaking, miss me with the whole thing of trying to tell me, as an older man trying to tell me about history repeating itself. You are the history and you're allowing it and you're watching it to repeat. Like, this makes no sense. That's wild to me. That's cool. One of your best friends was set up by the CIA. That's dope. That's dope. And I remember, you know, the Black Panthers went through certain things as well too. So how did that history repeat? And you're from that generation. How did y'all allow that history to repeat? If you saw the government infiltrate the black community and dismantle the black community, if you watch the government kill Martin Luther King, kill MLK, you watched all of this happen. You watched slowly but surely the degradation of Muhammad Ali. He was one of the most outspoken people when it dealt with the Vietnam War and many other things. You watched how he was affected, and you know that wasn't natural. And then you tell me that one of your friends was set up by the CIA back in 1989. If they already showed you the blueprint of what it is that they would do to the black community, more specifically black men, how could you allow the exact same thing to happen again? So that further proves my point that y'all are supposedly the history. Y'all were the leaders, and y'all are still here in existence, and y'all still sitting by, idly by, like the Watchers in Marvel, and just letting things happen because you're like, I can't intervene. No matter how detrimental or dangerous it is, I can't intervene. I have to stand back and watch because that is my oath. Word? Huh? That's wild to me. And then on top of that, you telling me, so you again, you're going back to the thing about the CIA, right? You telling us that the CIA got one of your guys, right? But yet you're not, I don't see you talking about the blueprint for that. I don't see you trying to go through the different black communities and specifically speak to you know, the young black men there about how the government moves and how they work. Because you know, you at least got some type of secondhand information. Technically, you got other secondhand information as well too. So you got the Black Panthers, which you were able to see and learn about because you were there literally during that time frame. And then you got the drug epidemic that was happening during the time. And then 1989, you got your friend got caught up by the CIA. So you got three different areas of which history-wise, you've seen this happen live. You didn't have to read by books or anything. You were there during the time frame. But yet, you're not out here sitting up there giving that blueprint and trying to educate all of the younger black dudes directly out here, making them smarter and making them wiser. Because now the government moved on from doing that, and now the government is completely, you know, directly in bed with the gangs. Because why? History repeats itself because there's nobody pretty much there to teach it. George Bush, 1989. That is how the war on drugs and the criminal bill got passed. Right. But the solution to that would be to have educated those black men during that time and to build up certain things within the black community so that those black men would not think that they would have to turn to drugs in order to get caught up by the drugs on the streets or to get caught up in that crime bill. But again, men of your generation, that's not what y'all did. But yet you're trying to tell me that I'm watching history repeat itself because I'm sitting in fear doing nothing and I'm not going out here protesting. That's wild. That's wild to me. You know, the craziest part is I'm not part of an older generation that failed, that left behind their children to fend for themselves. It don't, again, you can sit up there and say, of course, the government, you know, the white man, all this other, that's cool, right? But I'm not a part of that generation. I'm a part of the generation that is trying to fix and to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes. We don't really have y'all here to, you know, in a sense, tell us or teach us those things. So we got to try to, you know, kind of figure it out. That's why you got a lot of young black dudes going to gangs, because the father figures aren't there. The black male role models are not specifically there. But the moment in time that y'all want to be there is when y'all want to try to sit up there and chastise us on certain things. Y'all want to show up at the last minute to try to play father, to try to correct something when it's already too late. You were late from the very beginning, from the very start. What's the use of coming here now? You wasn't here from the birth. You wasn't here on the first birthday. You wasn't here from the first graduation of elementary or middle school. You wasn't here on the first day of high school, or even me getting my diploma. You wasn't even here on my first day of college. But somehow, some way, when something goes wrong, you want to show up at the last minute when nothing could be done. Tell me, how does that make sense? How do you even have any words? How do you even have any advice? You don't. You don't. You failed. But you want to come directly here. And you want to try to tell me, as a young black man, that I'm living in fear. And because of that fear, I'm not getting out there and protesting. The crazy part is that if we really want to talk about fear, we can talk about a lot of the black men out here that have decided to abandon their responsibilities when it deals with the black community and deciding never to come back, but they want to start up other families. We can talk about those same black men who left their families and didn't want to be faithful to those families, being Mr. Mom and faithful to 2 to 3 other families. We can talk about that. We can go directly there, since you want to talk about people living in fear. If you want to talk about history repeating itself, we can talk about how a lot of the young black men now are dealing with the same arrested development as the previous generation who helped to give birth to them. We could talk about how the younger black men now are ending up in the exact same predicament and circumstances as the older generation, specifically your generation, because you guys weren't there to actually teach or hand nothing down to. Y'all didn't give us no tools. Y'all didn't give us no books. Y'all didn't do shit. But you want to be directly up here at this moment in time, and you want to try to chastise me? You want to try to tell me what it is that I'm doing wrong when all y'all sat up there and did was sit up there and abandon us? When you got young black men out here trying to be the fathers that they never had, and you think that you can pull up to the scene and try to tell me something when you can't even be credible parents, credible fathers to your own sons who are locked up in jail behind bars, some of them 6 feet deep? What are we talking? How do you have the audacity to ever sit up there and pull up? You ain't never pulled up since the beginning. You ain't even pull up in the inception. It was a drive-through for you. How dare you sit up there and say anything? Just like you didn't have a voice in the beginning, you don't have no voice now. So why even try to speak? And you think that as an older man, again, and I'm talking with as much respect that I can sit up there and muster, because realistically, for a lot of y'all in the older generation, I don't really have much. Because realistically, y'all don't actually deserve it, because y'all didn't actually do anything. Because the real ones that actually deserve the respect died. Y'all were the ones lucky enough to actually see tomorrow. Since we want to talk about fear and people living in fear, a lot of the real ones who died, those were the ones that had the respect, immense respect all across the country. A lot of y'all just try to force the respect now because you're older, this, that, and the third, and you're an elder, and rah. Just because you lived through a certain time don't mean that you deserve the same accolades and respect as the people that died during those times to fight for everything. That's wild to me. you said you're not telling me that. You just told me earlier that I was living in fear. Are we on the same conversation? Are we on the same conversation? Let me just look back real quick. Let me cause right, you said you're not telling me nothing right here, right? But at 8:54 p.m., this is what you said. You said I'm sitting on the sidelines and doing nothing but watching in fear. History will tell. But didn't you just sit up there and tell me that you're not trying to tell me nothing? This is what I be talking about. Like I'm not sure if you need your vitamins. I'm not sure if you got your time frames confused, but we got tech now where we can go back and we can clearly see what it is that somebody wrote. You clearly said, and it's directly in front of everybody, so I'm not mistaken. I don't have my words misconstrued. We can directly, let's read together. 310 Man Ruth said, you, meaning me, are sitting on the sidelines and doing nothing but watching in fear. So if I'm sitting back and watching in fear, right? Wouldn't that basically mean that I learned from the best? If you are the generation of fathers that gave birth to us, am I not only doing what it is that you guys originally did when you guys sat up there and abandoned us? This is why we got the field of gangs. This is why we got all of these young black boys, these young black men dead on the streets in silence. This is why we got these young black men that are abuse victims or going through abuse. This is why they've seen fields of DV, because you specifically as a father, you're not even in the house to protect the home of which you created, to protect the children of which you created. A lot of black kids in the community are dealing with the fact that there's molestation going on because either the father is there and he's a part of what's going on, or the father is not there to protect the child from what's going on. Huh? I'm a little bit confused because, like I said before, you just said that you're not trying to tell me something, but again, at 8 something, you were trying to tell me that I did not specifically. Huh? I'm a little bit confused. You got the nerve to try to sit up there and tell me something, but y'all are the first ones to sit up there and really abandon the black community. And at least I'm here trying to do something. You telling me that I'm not doing nothing. It's nothing in comparison that you've done, because you've had sit down conversations and talks and this, that, and the third. Well, OG, I don't know who you are. On social media, realistically, let me just go back, because I don't want to be mistaken. You got about 674 subscribers, 571 videos. You got about 363K views. Realistically speaking, I don't know who you are. A lot of your videos, I'm looking at you. You're at the barber. You're talking about fishing. I don't see nothing talking about no civil rights. I don't see nothing educating black men directly out here on how to be productive fathers. I don't see nothing on your videos trying to tell these young black boys out here on how not to get black women pregnant and how not to sit up there and abandon their responsibilities once they sit up there and create it. I don't see none of your videos trying to tell these young black boys out here on how to be productive men and upstanding men in the black community. But you dare to come directly to my platform and try to tell me something, and you ain't doing nothing out of all of the videos, out of all of the live streams that you've done, just sitting up here talking about fishing. And you got the nerve to sit up there and say something to me. What we really talking about? What we really talking about? You can't win nothing, because the race that you ran, you gave up on. The men of your generation. I know I got it. Like I said, the same way that I didn't have a father in order to get to where I am at this moment in time, yeah, I got it. Just like a lot of other men of my generation got it. Because we don't need you. because you showed us that you didn't need us. You showed us that we weren't important enough to love. We weren't important enough to care about. We weren't important enough for you to be there for. You're right. We got it. Like I said, like, yo, that's wild to me. It makes no sense to sit up there and say wild as if I'm saying something wrong. I'm pretty sure that you know men of your generation that abandoned their responsibilities, that abandoned their families, that gave up, that ran away, that didn't come back. I'm pretty sure you know. You can't say that you don't. Don't come up here and try to sit up there. Oh no, all the men that I know, like, everybody responsible. Da, 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 da. Nah, everybody knows somebody. Let's not do that. Everybody knows somebody that's a drug addict. Everybody knows somebody that's an alcoholic. Everybody knows somebody that's a gambler. Everybody knows somebody that might have went through some DV. It don't matter if it's a friend or a family member. Like I said, everybody knows somebody. It's just like the whole bar that they had named Cheers, where everybody knows your name. That's exactly what we're dealing with. Like I said, that's some crazy work out here. I keep trying to sit up there and tell people, it's like, yo, if you're gonna pull up to the scene and you're gonna try to tell me that I'm not doing something, you better be doing way better than me. I promise you. I promise you, you better be doing way better than me. I will take out every time in the day to let you know. Like I said, the problem that I got with older folks is that they can't even sit up there and just admit when they're wrong. When failures took place and are still taking place. Even without having a responsible father, I can still acknowledge, even on videos and live streams, I've admitted when I've been wrong. I'm like, you know what? Let me pull back. I'm wrong. I gave the incorrect information. That was my bad. Let me actually give you the correct information. Let me give you the correct education because I miseducated. I can sit up there and do that. And that had nothing to do with having a father directly there. And I had to sit up there and find it. I had to find it within myself to admit shortcomings, admit failures. Because looking at older black men, they can never seem to admit failures. They can never seem to admit where it is that they're wrong. They seemingly, I don't know, lack emotions, lack empathy, lack enough caring. This is how we got directly to this point. This is, again, how you have a lot of older men, color me surprised, who want to be directly on TikTok, out of all things, and they want to talk about the younger generation of black men of, oh, these younger generation of men, they're so soft and this, that. Well, where were the fathers? Color me surprised. Where actually were the fathers? Like, it's crazy to critique a younger generation and you weren't actually there. Even if it wasn't a father, right? Let's take the father out of the situation. Where the uncles at? Huh? Where the uncles at? Where the brothers at? Where the stepbrothers at? Where the grandfathers at? All of these black men that's in the community that want to sit up there and complain about the younger generation of black men, where were y'all at? What happened? That's wild to me. That's 1,000% wild to me. But again, just like you pulled up to the scene on this platform, you want to sit up and try to correct me on something like this. This is what y'all tend to do. Time and time again, y'all always got the mouth, and y'all always the most ultra masculine when the deals are trying to, critique the younger black men out here. But y'all not showing that masculinity in the house though. You're not trying to show that masculinity to your son though, to your nephew, to your grandson. But y'all can sit up there and showboat and have all the masculinity and leadership in the world when it deals with the internet though. That's wild to me. That's crazy. So who's really living in fear? Because I see a lot of black men out here from the older generation wanting to be leaders online, but they don't want to be leaders in the home. How'd that work? So you got all the faculties, you got everything that you need to be a leader when you record yourself, But when it means to actually showing up to parent-teacher conference, to disciplining your child, to be responsible for your child's failures, magically it's a no-show. You said we're not the problem of the past. Huh? What? Huh? So basically what you're saying is that you're not the problem of the past. So how is it that my generation of black men exist? If we take you out of the equation, how do we come to pass? What we just what our mothers were like asexual? They just did it themselves? They're clownfish, they can just self-impregnate? Like, explain the science to me on that. Explain it to me like I'm a fifth grader. Let me know, because I'm just trying to figure out. Like, this is what it looks like when people don't want to be held accountable for what took place in that generation. People are like, no, it ain't my fault. You said, please stop putting out black people under the bus. I didn't say black people. I'm talking about black men of the older generation. I think you have it misconstrued. I need you to clean the gray hairs directly out of your ears so you can hear me talk. I'm specifically speaking on black men of the older generation, because you guys are the reason that everything is happening right now. So I want you to be, I want to be very, very clear directly with you. Very, very clear. I'm not talking negative about black women. I'm not talking negative about the black kids or the young black men of today. I'm only focusing directly on the fathers, the ones that were supposed to protect the community. I'm talking about the grandfathers, the one that were supposed to be. I'm talking about all of y'all that came before me. But you're saying that, don't throw black people under the bus. We're not the problem of the past. You are the past. And you're the past that's in the future, which means that you're still present to be a problem. So what am I missing here? What are we specifically confused about? Just like you guys watched things happen in the past, you're watching things happen right now and also in the future as we speak. And I ain't seen y'all do a damn thing. Like, it's crazy how you want to sit up there and say that, I need to be out there like protesting and all this other type of stuff. How come y'all not out here for the older black men? Why y'all not out here in droves protesting the crime in the black communities? Why y'all not protesting the loss of life when it deals with domestic violence, when black men are out here killing black women and kids? Why y'all not sitting up there protesting the loss of life of elders directly out here? Why y'all not protesting and trying to have group economics happen when it deals with these young black men out here? Huh? I'm just asking the question. Ooh, I like it. I like it. I like it. So I'll give you a rest. 310. I'll give you a rest. I got you. Because we've been sitting here talking for a little bit of time. No problem. I'll let you sit up there and breathe. So we got Chris, and he said, what you're missing is your reluctance to blame your single mother for your effeminate nature. You know, the craziest part is the same energy that I sit up there and give, and this is what I want to, very much clarify. The same energy that I give directly here, I give that to the totality of the black community, and I also give that to white, I give that to Asian, I give that to Latin, Mexican, whoever it is. But obviously I must have struck a nerve when it deals with older black men out here and what it is that I'm speaking about. So instead of trying to refute, instead of specifically speaking about the different groupings of black men directly out here who are doing things to fix the black community, different things of that nature, instead of doing any of those things that I've done myself, I get nothing. I get nothing but air. I get nothing but a back and forth. That's some crazy work, but y'all supposed to be the leaders though, right? supposed to be supposed to be the leaders, right? That's crazy. The crazy thing is, the funniest thing I love about this comment saying that I'm effeminate is that a lot of men like this are the main ones that be beating on women. That's the craziest part. And a lot of women like this, a lot of men like this know men who beat on women. That's some crazy. That's the craziest work. That's the craziest thing. Matter of fact, let me just take it a step deeper, right? When it deals with the older black men directly out here, knowing the fact that black men have a high incarceration rate along with having a high exoneration rate, right? Where are a lot of these older black men to speak out on the fact that a lot of matter of fact, I'll just put it out there. I don't even care if it gets the amount. A lot of sexual abuse happens to black men in these prisons and jails. Where are you as black men to speak out directly about that and to say how much of a problem that is and how that is going to cause a further problem in the black community when it deals with our young boys, when it deals with our young black men and even the older black men, especially for the ones that's been locked up for crimes that they possibly didn't commit for 30, 40, 50, 60 years. All of the trauma, all of the things that they had to endure in order just to sit up there and survive. And now they have to come directly back out of those circumstances. What do you think that they're going to do? They're still in survival mode. You got a lot of older black men out here that are sort of like Fleece Johnson, but they're not telling that to the public. They're not telling that to the black community. And they're specifically not telling that to the black women that they're dealing with. And do you know what happens when you have down low black men that come directly out of these jails and prisons? That causes rates of STD, HIV. Like I said, there's a lot of topics that I know that a lot of you guys are not going to speak directly on, and especially dealing with the sexual assault that happens to black men. I know that y'all not going to speak on that because there's only at least one or two platforms where deals with black men that have openly and honestly spoken directly about that. The rest of y'all would never sit up there and do that. But like I said, a lot of y'all like to say that y'all leaders, but y'all can't even speak on, such sensitive topics or even bring that up to try to even formulate a solution about it. Because realistically, even on television, I've never seen black men, older black men, come online talking about the sexual assault that black men face when it deals with other black men, especially being locked up, or better yet, when young black boys are being molested in black homes. I never see y'all come online. I don't see y'all go to, all of these talk shows throughout the years and have conversations about that to try to come up with a solution. But what I do see is that y'all want to pull up to the scene and y'all want to have, all of this rah, rah, rah. Y'all want to have all of this type of stuff to sit up there and say. And that's crazy to me. I'm a little bit confused on that. Right? Because we're supposed to care as black men, we're supposed to care about the community as a whole, right? But yet one person want to call me effeminate, but yet I'm pretty sure you're not really doing anything to, in a sense, try to educate or protect black women directly out here. Now, somebody asked me earlier, I think it was like, what was it, 310? You said, what am I doing for black people? Number one, what I have done is I've created a few videos or at least done some live streams when it specifically dealt with black women on how to protect themselves, right? So what I did was that I went through Amazon on a live stream and I specifically looked up items and, items that black women can pick up, or even just women in general, right? Can pick up so that they can protect themselves from men specifically out here. Because there's tons of stories out here of domestic violence. There's stories up here of boyfriends, ex-boyfriends, husbands, or stalkers, or what have you, or even maybe even potentially, uncles or their sons or whatever, specifically attacking them. And I'm like, well, I can't sit up there and protect every single black woman out here, but what I could do is try to educate and try to find something that's cost effective that they could have directly on them, be it a keychain, be it a pin, a certain type of baton, a certain type of taser, or bear spray, or whatever it is. And then I went into the further extent of telling black women to go out there and to legally procure your CCW, which is your, your firearms license. On top of that, going to get training. And what I told a lot of black women to do is, instead of doing that solo, take your girlfriends. So instead of going out buying expensive, going to expensive dinners and going out on dates and spending money on hair and makeup and stuff, have all of your girlfriends spend, save up the money in a goldfish bowl for like a month or two or whatever. Y'all take a vacation and go out to a shooting range, and y'all get the proper training with a variety of different weapons, on top of buying the things that you need, so that you can adequately perform when the time comes, so that you can properly protect yourself. And just in case women were not able to procure a weapon because of different states and laws and cities, I was like, all right, well, you can find a place where you can learn self-defense training. Again, it's not a 100% to protect black women directly out here, but at least it's something. And that's what I did specifically with my platform, because you have a lot of black fathers out here. Obviously, they're not teaching their daughters pretty much shit. So this is why they're getting swung on. This is why they're getting beat. This is why they're getting killed. This is why they're just falling for anything. Because you, as the men who are not properly teaching, but you're supposed to be the leaders, are failing. But like somebody said, I'm the effeminate one, though. I'm the one. I'm not doing anything with my platform. Also, the other thing that I do when it deals with the black community is that I try to give warnings when it dealt with the police. I try to keep, people up to date with a lot of information when it deal with the police, and how the police are acting with the black community, and how a lot of these cops who have done things to black men in the black community, how they were released, how some of those trials basically went. I've also, specifically when it deals with the black community, highlighted what happens with the kids, specifically with the teachers, and how the teachers are able to groom and to get into contact, and how when these teachers are found to have done the wrong things, or these other adults are found to have done the wrong things when it deals with these minors, to deal with these students, your kids directly out here, how it is that they're released 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And I try to educate black folks out there to let them know to be on the lookout for a lot of these teachers. Also try to educate black people directly on the types of chemicals and things that are directly in foods that people may not know about, may not be, educated about. Anytime I happen to find something new, I try to put the information directly out there. Like I said, it's crazy to me when I have random black men up here that really ain't doing shit want to sit up there and try to question me on what it is that I'm specifically doing. Let me also educate you on this, right? I was doing so much to the point that on the very first channel, right, I had about 50 million views by itself. But because of the information that I was putting directly out there, and because it was going against, I guess, a certain type of group, or because, as I found out, that group is a protected group, and I really shouldn't have been talking about them and highlighting this very severe and serious issue, things started happening. But again, you wouldn't know anything about that, because if I go directly back to your channel, you just focus on fishing, as I can see. And I'm trying to go back through. I see fishing and looking at buildings. I see more fishing, and then I see, you talking in in front of a building with, another person. Right? But overall, I see a great majority of fishing videos directly up there. But yet I'm the one, I get questioned on what it is that I'm doing on my platform, and you're asking me specifically what is it that I do for black people. I have to ask, as a younger black man to an older black man, what are you specifically doing with your platform? Because I'm looking and I'm not really seeing nothing. I'm seeing everything dealing with belts, right? You got the love of your family, which is great. That's very awesome. You know, you got some street racing directly up there, looking directly through the shorts. I'm looking at everything dealing with fish and food and barbershops, fishing and 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 fish, fishing and 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 fish. Oh, okay, we got a break. We got some cars. We got some sports. And fishing 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 and fish, fishing and 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 fish, fishing and fishing and fishing and fishing and fishing and fishing and fish. It's just pretty much all fish. So I'm just trying to figure out. Chris, let me know. Chris, are you still here? Let me yo, Chris, who where's Chris at? Let me know. I give him a little bit of time. Monta said, I don't know what's going on right now, Seji, but was fishing away. Like I said, I'm just being honest on what it is that I see. If people want to, you know, specifically and come at me when it deals with my content and they want to question stuff, by all means, I have no problem. But like I tell people, you better be doing better than me. I shouldn't be able to go directly to your page and you're not even talking about what we're talking about here. It don't make no sense. Like don't critique me if you're not even anywhere close. I don't care about what you did in the past with all of this, you know, other stuff and whatnot or whatever. That's great. We're talking about 2026, right? Just like how people wanted to question about what it is that I'm doing now on this platform and how it is have I, you know, tried to educate, you know, black people and even, you know, other people as well too. Yeah, I expect you to be doing way better. And 9 times out of 10 or 10 times out of 10, when this pulls up, people ain't. And I keep telling people, I will go directly to your page. I will go directly to your page real quick and just to sit up there and see what it is that you be talking about. So I'm waiting for Chris to pull up. Did Chris get blocked? Hopefully not. Hopefully Chris didn't get blocked. Let me know. Shout out to Why You Mad for the 2 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. But obviously Chris must be white. So I have no problem with that, right? So I got you, no problem. Chris, since we're talking about crime and this is now just going to turn into like this type of live stream. It's all cool. Oh, you said your wife called? No problem. It's great. So you got a family, right? Which means you should also have kids. So Chris, I need you to explain this to me, right? So when I looked up some information, right, since you wanted to talk about quote unquote crime within proximity, or as you guys like to call it, black on black crime, I found this very interesting stat, right? They said In the United States and the United Kingdom, statistics and research indicate that white men represent the largest demographic group convicted and suspected of child abuse of the sexual kind. They said conviction data, according to the United States Sentencing Commission in fiscal year of 2021, 57.5% of federal sexual abuse offenders were white, while 16.1% were black, 12.1% were Native American, and 11.8% were Hispanic. So, Chris, since we're on the exact same when it deals with crime, right? As a white male, I need you to explain to me, when are white men going to stop the sexual abuse in the white community by white men? I need you to let me know that. Since we're up here talking about, crimes. Because again, I'm pretty sure you're an all lives, type of matter guy, and nothing should be specifically about race. Has your wife checked your cell phone history? Has anybody checked your internet history? Because I'm highly concerned. That's pretty much almost 60%. That's wow, that's crazy. 60%. And that's white men. That's wild. Chris, please don't leave. I need you to still be here. Right, we're having this conversation. This is a conversation. This is where you wanted to sit up there and take it. And I keep telling people we can sit up there and play these games. The moment in time that you as a white person want to pull up to the scene and y'all want to start talking about this black on black crime, we can start talking about how it is that y'all really are a little bit too loving when it deals with the kids and the family. We can talk about that. I mean, if you need some time, if you want to do some per capita, that's whatever, you can have it. If you want to go the route of, oh, but you guys are 13% and you do 100% of the crimes, you can do that as well too. Right? A trillion blacks sat up there and died in Chicago just 5 seconds ago. Why don't you talk about that? You can do that as well too. You said when the punishment finally fits the crime, a wood chipper comes in handy. And yes, my wife checks my phone, LOL. Father of 6 and taught my kids anyone touches them to tell. The craziest part is I've heard that a lot from a lot of parents. And what inevitably happens is that a lot of this type of stuff happens within the family. And even with somebody being there that they can quote unquote go to within safety, kids still don't tell. So let's say, okay, Chris, so it may not be you, right? But you also have other men in the family. You have grandfathers. You have uncles. You can even have brothers. You can even have a male that is a friend of the family. You can also, to the furthest extent, you can have male teachers that also go directly after the kids as well, too. I've covered these stories for umpteen years, and especially I've covered this when it dealt with white folks to try to educate y'all and let y'all know how many of your own demographic that deal with the school system. So wait, let me see. So I dealt with teachers, superintendents, teachers' aides, janitors, police officers, nurses, doctors, preschool teachers, even neighbors in your communities that have gone after your families, your kids. And the main thing that I would normally get, Chris, the main thing that I would normally get is the fact that y'all always pull back and be like, oh, but what about the blacks? What about you guys killing each other? When are you guys going to stop this? You guys are, running the country, directly down. You guys are putting us directly in a deficit. You guys are filling up our prisons. You're filling our communities, our white communities, up with drugs, crack cocaine. You guys are gangbangers, right? You guys like to come back with that and not actually address the stats, right? The black and white. Those numbers are staggering. Staggering, I tell you, staggering. So I'm just trying to figure out, right? Because you said that your family is protected. That's cool. Kudos to you. But again, when it still does, when it still deals with that whole situation, you have things outside of you. So it's great that you can sit up there and say like a wood chipper this and all this other type of stuff. But you have a lot of these men out here that can instill fear into your kids, more fear than you could ever do yourself. So realistically, you can't, in a sense, full-heartedly do something to actually protect them. You can look at your kids right now dead in their eyes and they can know that something is wrong and they're still not going to tell you. I'd uncovered these stories multiple times and they're heartbreaking stories. Because I've said before that things like this should never happen to kids. No child should ever have to sit up there and ever deal with this. But what I always sit up there and see when it deals with social media, when it deals with mainstream media, I never see the white community get up in arms about these stats, about these situations when it deals with their men. But I will always see mainstream media. It don't matter if it's Democrat or Republicans, whoever it is that you want to sit up there and call it. It don't even matter if it's just white people in general. I always see y'all guys have y'all mouths open when it deals with black people and the black on black crime and rah, 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 and all this other type of stuff. And if there's anything dealing with black people and the police, you guys are always on the side of police. But yet the police are the same ones in your white communities going directly after your kids. But you don't got nothing to say about that though, right? Because that's the law. And what do you always tell your kids to do? You always obey and follow whatever it is that the police tell you to do. You put and instill blind faith directly into your kids. And this is how the stories that I've covered when it deals with these officers in your white communities coming after your kids, this is how those officers are able to do it. I literally gave you guys a story about 3 to 4 years ago where a white girl was sneaking directly outside of her home to meet up with a cop. And I think he was on duty at the time. On duty at the time. Meeting somebody's daughter in the white community. But did we hear an outcry from the white community when it dealt with white men in power going after their kids? Nah. Did I see y'all protest? Nah. Did I see y'all show up to like some town hall meetings and this? Nah. Did y'all really try to hold anybody accountable? Nah. Y'all just allow the exact same things to transpire and take place. So here we are. We're in a room and it's me and you want me to be accountable. And I obviously had a conversation when it deals with stuff in the black community. Obviously, you're a Johnny come lately and you refuse to, even rewind the stuff back. But then when I decide to have a conversation and I bring these stats directly up to you as a white man who is supposed to be a leader in your community, and you said that you're a father of 6 and that you protect your kids and all this other type of stuff, and I bring these numbers directly to you, I still get nothing. On top of the fact that if you were to download an app right now, they actually show you where a lot of these predators are within your community. And I promise you, a lot of them live around you. I promise you, a lot of these predators who are white males live around the schools of which your kids go to. The only white male that I know that I've covered a story on, I forgot. I'm so sorry that I forgot the man's name. There was only one white man that I know of that specifically fought against those type of men and actually did something. But again, that's the only one I can really list. And he actually went to jail. He actually went to prison. I think he's out at this moment in time. His sister actually came by my platform at a moment in time when that video was up to thank me for covering that story. Because again, I wanted to cover that story to show that you do actually have some men out here. And he was a man that actually went through what it is that I'm telling you about, Chris. He was a man that was, I think he was abused by his stepfather. And because of that, he wanted to make sure to be the one to basically stop that and to try to protect the best interest of the kids out here, because obviously a lot of white males in the white community are not trying to do that. He gave up his life and freedom to try to make a point. And the justice system crucified him for it. And he had to serve time. Do you think that the white men of your community are speaking or trying to champion that man's name? No. Do you think white men of your community are trying to make sure to put laws in place so that this can never happen again to any of your pretty little white kids directly out here? No, because y'all don't actually care. That's wild. It's crazy how white people always want to be worried about black people, but you should be worried about the men of your community. You should be worried about the men of your family. You should be worried about your coworkers. You should be worried about any and all men that come around your kids that look just like you. It's crazy how y'all make black men the boogeyman, but even when we look at the stats, black men don't even make up a high number. Really, it shouldn't be a number at all, right? They shouldn't be. But you know, things happen. And that will get taken care of one way or another. But when it deals with this staggering number of almost close to 60%, and that doesn't shock you, and the only thing that you had to sit up there and state was like, oh, well, you know, what chipper will do when, you know, when the time comes. You got men that look like you around your community all your time that walk past your kids, that go to the store. They're with your families in restaurants. Matter of fact, they might even be serving your kids food at schools. But yet, your main thing was to pull up to the scene and talk about black on black crime. Wow. And this is why I tell white people before, y'all tell me in so many different ways that y'all don't actually care about y'all community. Y'all would do everything to deflect. Y'all would do everything to scapegoat. Y'all would do everything but actually focus in on yourselves. And you wonder why it is that your population is dwindling and falling directly down. You wonder why all of the rights and stuff are getting dismantled. You wonder why you're losing your gun rights. You wonder why you're losing your liberties and your freedoms and everything of that sort. You wonder why your food, air, water, and everything else is getting poisoned. Because you allow it. The same people that you sit up there and vote for that look just like you are doing everything to make sure that you lose everything, including your family and your life. And what are you doing about it? Nothing. Y'all get online, y'all get on X and rah, 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 rah. We're going to do this and y'all ain't going to do nothing. Y'all didn't do nothing back during the Vietnam War when your kids were getting sacrificed for no reason. Y'all didn't do nothing. Y'all didn't do nothing when the Patriot Act happened and you found out the fallout from that. You sat up there and did nothing. You did nothing during the Bush administration when it was the war on terror. And yet again, your kids were sacrificed for war. And Bush came out for his last meeting, his last dinner, and said there got to be some weapons of mass destruction somewhere. There were no weapons of mass destruction. You've idly sit by as white folks in the United States and allowed this country to take and sacrifice your kids, to sacrifice your families for nothing in return. And the only thing that y'all can ever be mouthy about and open your mouths about and speak on is black people. Wow. But yet y'all care about the country? Y'all really love the country? You guys are all so patriotic, huh? All right. I guess so. I'm sitting here as a black American and I'm watching, just idly sitting by in quiet, in silence in a corner, and I'm watching white people give up every single thing. Every single thing. You don't even have the government. Technically, you never did. Y'all are also the same group of people that allowed the government to, you know, strip gold around away from your families. Right? What did the gold? Did they ever return the gold right back to the American people? Did that ever happen? I'm just trying to remember. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but last time I checked, that gold was never returned. Let me just see some, you know, real quick. Let's see. When did the United States take gold from the American people? Let me. I actually made a typo. My apologies. When did the United States take gold from the American people? So the United States government effectively took gold from its citizens back in 1933 through the executive order of 6102 signed by President Franklin D. Roosevelt during the Great Depression. April 5th of 1933, FDR. Matter of fact, let me just put this directly in front, right? Because white people are supposed to be the ones to take care of the country and all of this other type of stuff. But y'all always seemingly bring up y'all got black people always in y'all mouth. Crazy to me. But yet y'all can't fix this situation and put things back in order, right? So they say April 5th of 1933, FDR signed the order forbidding the hoarding of gold coins, bullion, and certificates. So let me just get this straight, right? They stopped you from being able to hoard gold that you have. So if they could sign into law back in 1930, April 5th of 1933, if they could sign into law to make sure that you cannot hoard gold, what makes you think that the government can't sign a bill to stop you from hoarding food? Let's say like the country collapses, it's a lot of chaos. What's stopping the government from writing this or making an executive order? Right? So let's continue. They said May 1st of 1933, this was the deadline for citizens to deliver their gold to the Federal Reserve. Whew, they had to deliver. Ooh, it was a deadline like taxes. That's wild. Didn't know that. Compensation. They said citizens were paid $20.67 per ounce in paper currency, which was the official price at that time. But if you're sending it in by mail, who knows what people actually got? I'm pretty sure you guys got, you didn't really get the money that you were supposed to get. Devaluation. 1934, shortly after collecting the Gold Reserves Act of 1934 raised the official price to $35 per ounce. This effectively devalued the United States dollar by roughly 40%, giving the government an immediate profit on the gold it had just collected. Ooh, so not only did you have to give up your gold basically by force because it was a law, it was an order, I'm sorry, but you also had a deadline to turn in that gold. And then you were paid 20, but then the government raised the price of gold, raising their profits. And they said the penalties: violating the order could result in a fine of up to $10,000 or over $200,000 in today's money, or up to 10 years in prison. Wow. White people, y'all allowed this to happen? This is your government. This is your government. And we know for a fact that it was white people controlling that government. And y'all sat idly by and y'all allowed this to happen? These are your grandparents, ancestors, all the other y'all sat idly by and allowed this to happen, and y'all didn't do nothing to take this back, because if you can't hoard gold, you can't hold it, then that means all you have is the United States dollar. And last time I checked, the USD is not backed by precious metals, at least from what I understand. It's not. I could be incorrect. So yeah, it's not looking too good. It's not looking too good. Wait, Tony, you said, "Oh, stop it! You're tired of the consistent attacks on white people." That's wild. I'm tired of the consistent attacks on Caucasian men when it deals with the family and children. If you want to talk about you're tired of something, how about you address that one? How about you give the solutions on how to stop that within your community? Since you're talking about, I as a Black American, I'm talking about these issues and I'm attacking white folks. Why don't we talk about white people attacking white people and how it is that you guys can come through with a solution on how to fix the stat that is clearly directly in front of you? Take your time. Take as much time as you need. Write a dissertation if you need to, or a thesis paper. Take your time. I will always be here. We will keep the light on like Motel 8. Let me know. Because beyond anything, you should be very much tired of this. I said that this guy is a racist. It couldn't be even more obvious. I mean, how do we get there to racism? Do we have to go over the fact that Caucasian individuals, historically speaking, would sit up there and be cannibals when they dealt with Black Americans? Do we have to go there? Do we have to deal with the alligator bait? Do we have to deal with the fact that your people would sit up there and turn others directly into lampshades and shoes, or that you would use the hair of slaves in order to, pad up your mattresses or your different types of furnishings? Do we really have to go that far and to list the fact of what white males would sit up there and do to the male slave parts that they would keep as gifts and how those would be used? Or about the oral fixation that people would have? Do we have to go that far? If we're going to sit up there and try to say that I, as a Black American, that I'm racist, do you really want to go down that road at this moment in time? Because I do have time. I have nothing but time, and I got some books too. And I'm pretty sure that you're not going to try to stay long enough to actually hear any of those horrific, gory details. Because I'm pretty sure that y'all going to sit up there and say that it's hearsay and all this other type of stuff. Tony, good sir. You said, I'm tired of being blamed for everything. I chimed into the stream and see something about FDR and get blamed for it. How did you get blamed for it? We didn't even know you existed up until you decided to type. So what are you talking about? You automatically felt like a victim? What? That doesn't make any sense. How could white people ever be a victim in these United States? I'm a little bit I'm confused. Where is the mass loss of life of white folks in these United States that's taking place every single day? Like where are the hundreds of thousands of white folks that are losing their lives every single day because of Black people, just because we simply exist? Because the craziest part is, you went from that and you said, now here comes the victim speech, and you said no accountability, you are racist, you have experienced zero racism in your life. I can almost guarantee it. The craziest part is, right? Oh wait, Tony is doing the exact same thing. Didn't we just talk about this class? Didn't I say for the other person earlier? What was that dude? I forgot. It was somebody earlier that sat up there and was trying to like mention something to us, and I'm like, yo, you can go the Chicago route. Oh, 4 trillion people just died in Chicago, but you Blacks don't want to talk about that, right? And here's Tony, and he's like, oh, why there's no outrage about the Chicago violence? What, Tony, I got you, baby. Hold on. let me get you real quick. Let me see. Whoops. Probably spelled that wrong, but it's all right. Let's see here. What was it? How did they put it? They put it as like the bloodiest. I'll just sit up there and put it as this, right? So we got the good old, St. Valentine's Day Massacre, right? And that was listed as one of the most bloodiest massacres in United States history. Correct? I'm a little bit confused when people want to talk about crime in Chicago. The main thing I like to sit up there and tell people, right, that if Black people, in a sense, are doing anything, we had to learn directly from the best, right? So this happened in Chicago, just like we got crime in Chicago in the Black communities happening right now. So how do you think that happened or took place, right? How about this, since we want to sit up there and talk about crime? Why is it that white people decided to burn up Black towns in cities? Since we want to talk about no accountability and all this other type of stuff, what about all the white folks of your ancestry, some of which maybe even still alive, right now in their 90s? What about that? What happened there? Why would, out of everything possible, why would white folks minding their business in their pristine castles, living in the suburbs away from the Blacks, why would they decide to mob up and bring torches, and they want to pillage, and they want to go directly down and burn down Black cities and towns when Black people are practicing segregation, the same thing that y'all said that y'all wanted during that time? So if Black people are segregated, why would white folks cross that segregation line into a Black city and burn it down? Since we're talking about crime, right? So again, we're talking about crimes. We're talking about, you know, people losing lives, and I'm just trying to figure out. Again, we got the Saint, you know, Valentine's Day massacre. It seems that y'all forgot about that historically. It's like y'all don't even care about that. Y'all just like, oh, the black, Chicago, right? That's what y'all tend to sit up there and do. Anything that has to do with a black city, that's what you guys, you know, tend to do. But I've also covered the fact that when it deals with the loss of life, when it deals with police, white men, you guys are the top leads of that. You know, it's usually dead silence on that one. It's crazy. That's all I'm trying to figure out. Somebody said you're bringing up a shooting from 1929. What I'm basically saying is that history repeats itself, right? So if we did not take care of or educate or cure that type of violence when it happened, and that was one of the most bloodiest massacres that happened on United States soil, right? I learned that by way of the History Channel, right? So if we didn't learn from that history is what? It's doomed to repeat itself. So all that happened is that massacre that happened there in Chicago, it now transferred directly over into a new time frame dealing with other people, because people didn't sit up there and learn from the past, correct? Because we're supposed to learn from history, right? And a lot of people like to sit up there and say that, you know, white folks are the teachers of the world, and, you know, you guys modernize the United States and all this other type of stuff, right? So I'm just saying, I'm saying everything is connected. Just saying. I'm still trying to figure out though, to the previous person that wanted to talk. Where's the guy at? Where's the guy? Let me see. Where is he? I'm trying to go back up. It wasn't Oz. Let me see. Let me see. So you said that the stats directly up here shows a overrepresentation. Hmm. Do we have to keep reading directly through some of these stats here? Because again, it looks crazy. It looks pretty crazy. Just saying. You do realize that 57, almost pretty much 60%, has to deal with Caucasians, right? And then they said that it's even higher percentage for the offenses type when it deals with the types of material that is made. It goes upwards to 71.2 to a 74.6. But all right. You got it. Chris said it all comes down to power. Those who are in charge fear people uniting. You know, the crazy part is where is it? Oz basically said that there are more white people, right? So let me just pair these two up, right? Oz, thank you for writing Oz. Oz said that there are more white people in the United States, right? Which we all know, statistically speaking. So if we're to go directly back when it deals with Chris saying that it all comes down to who is in power, which would be white if we're going by Oz's comment, and then you said that they are in charge, you know, they're, you know, basically a fear of people uniting. So that would basically mean that white people would need to unite amongst themselves in order to bring down the power structure of which that they enabled and created and also benefit directly from. But we all know for a fact that white people are not going to sit up there and do that, because they're not going to take away something that benefits them. They're not going to do something that's going to put them on equal footing with everybody else. That's not the way that the world works, right? Case in point, dealing with sports, isn't this why you have a lot of sports stars take different types of performance enhancing drugs, such as steroids or different things, in order to get the edge or the lead or an upper leg on the competition? Because when people are actually playing a fair game, anything is possible. Just saying. Just just saying, just just saying, just saying. But whatever. Whatever. The one thing I love about the whole per capita thing, I'm like, all right, cool, no problem. So what you're saying is that you don't care about what happens in your community. Black people online or offline talk about all the time what happens in their communities. They even offer other people of different communities to come directly into those conversations. Again, I've been online long enough where I know for a fact white people don't do the same thing. Y'all barely do it at town hall meetings. And I've observed a lot of town hall meetings across these United States. In a lot of instances, y'all talk about very trivial stuff that don't really matter as a whole. Y'all don't really start talking about important things up until it hits the front door. And by that time, it's already too late. So going right back to this situation here, right? Y'all want to start trying to, mobilize and do stuff when it's too late. But even with these situations of watching your own people lose their lives, you guys are so fragmented, y'all don't even know what to sit up there and do. Some of y'all are like, no, I'm going to stand still and watch. Other people like, no, I'll go outside and mobilize. Other people like, no, we're not for the mobilization. And then in between that, y'all want to sit up there and bicker and fight in between one another. So realistically, if we're to go by what I said, which is white people are the majority, and then again, pair that up with Chris, you guys are the ones that's supposed to be taking the lead on this. Oh, so now we went from the per capita to now it's a kumbaya moment. Now you're trying to pull a we shall overcome. Martin Luther King, little white boys and little black girls will be holding hands, and little black boys and little white girls will be holding hands, and we shall over. Yeah, no. You can miss me with that. This is not the civil rights era. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. You can miss me directly with that. This is the problem, right? The thing that I love so much about the United States and how Petridge Farm remembers a lot of things that happens is that throughout all of the time that black people, no matter how many times we've been denied or we've been turned away, we've always tried to come together with other people directly out here. No matter the no's, no matter how we might have been spat on, we might have been kicked, we might have been chased away or whatnot or whatever, we still try to come through and see people as human beings, no matter the type of treatment that we face. Now we're at a whole nother timeline where black people are like, yeah, no, we're not doing that again. We're not turning the other cheek. We're not about to allow you to attack us with dogs and spray us down. We're not about to fall for the okey doke. We're not going to go for this we shall overcome and try to go hand in hand just for the same thing to happen year after year after year. We're going to step away from the situation. And this is the most that I've ever seen white people talk about, like, black people, why are you guys so divisive? Divisive where? Y'all were the ones that literally came up with a variety of laws when it dealt with black people. Like, what are we talking about? Y'all were the ones that came up with segregation. We didn't do that. You did it. That's wild. Y'all the ones that be sitting up there talking about some segregation now and segregation forever. That was y'all. So now when we're sitting up there basically just standing in a sense, just giving like the same energy that everybody else gave us, now automatically we're the hateful ones. That's crazy. this man, this man was like, yo, the Muslims are gonna sit up there and this man was like, yo, the Muslims are going to sit up there and unite us. Ooh, I guess you haven't seen a lot of videos. I guess I get all right. So I guess you better be prepared to write in Arabic and to speak in Arabic language. I guess you're prepared to be praising Allah and going directly to a mosque and tearing down a lot of these churches. I guess you're prepared to be going directly under Islamic laws as well too, along with your daughters, right? Because you're sitting up here saying that the Muslims are going to unite and do all of this stuff. So you said that you point to the past to say that I'm hateful. Did I point to the past to say that the person is hateful? I don't remember saying that Oz was hateful. I mean, I know I had a lot of conversations here. You know what? I'll just put it as a 50-50. Maybe I did. Right? No problem. I've been talking for about what, 4 hours? Close to 4 hours. Anything is possible, right? And you said that you're pointing to right here and now. You said, yeah, you yourself are pointing to right here and now. um I've dealt with past, present, and future. Whatever happened in the past is going to happen in the future. To put it to a better extent, whatever internment camps, white Americans placed other people directly in, such as the Asians, the Japanese, and the Chinese. Those same exact internment camps are going to be placed around the country directly for you when you decide that you don't want to follow what it is that the government, or what, if we get to the point of a one world government, decides to tell you. If you don't follow what it is that they tell you, they're going to place you directly into the same camps, into the exact same bondage that you've placed other people directly into. And again, it's by your own doing. I've tried to warn y'all of this before, but y'all refuse to sit up there and listen. Y'all want to skate. Y'all the greatest skaters on life. Let me tell you, y'all know how to skate so much. Y'all can't even stand still. There's no medication out here to make y'all literally sit still to actually understand what is specifically going to happen directly to you, and it's by your own hand. Because y'all been playing yourselves this whole time. Shit, I'm like, I'm about to activate my trap card. I said, no, I'm saying that they will take over if we let them. Blacks and whites will come together to fight them. I'm a little bit confused. When did this become a black problem? When did this become a black problem? Because anytime that, historically speaking, right? Historically speaking, anytime that black people have pulled up to say anything, it's always been a negative. I could have sworn I said this earlier. It feels like deja vu at this moment in time, but I could have sworn early in the live stream I've stated that before. That the moment in time that black people, historically speaking, have decided to speak against whatever regime, whatever presidency, whatever military, whatever was going on in this country that was affecting black people, we were told to shut up and sit down by white folks. And then, especially in these times, we were told to shut up and sit down by everybody. This is why y'all came up with All Lives Matter, correct? Which was a direct counter to what it meant, which was Black Lives Matter, which means Black lives do matter, right? But your other counter argument that y'all came up through with, y'all were like, well, if Black Lives Matter, then what about the black and black, crime and all this other? Y'all was running with that for the longest time possible. But I said the exact same thing when y'all had All Lives Matter and White Lives Matter. I'm like, so what about those kids that are being horribly affected in those white communities, that are being abandoned, that are ODing? What about those white kids that are pretty much deciding to do, what's a word that I can use, that want to be on another plane of existence? And there was no response. It was always black, 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 black. And y'all didn't want to talk about it, even though y'all say that all lives matter and white lives matter. It was some crazy work during that time. And I still never received any type of answers on that either. I was still waiting years later, still waiting, nothing. It's wild. You said, I don't see anything hateful. Facts and numbers are not hateful, racist, or bigoted. I appreciate the dialogue. Much appreciation. Much appreciation. Some people don't actually have the patience, nor can they actually listen to certain things in order to get a clear-cut understanding. Like I said, I try to do content to warn a lot of folks out here, but a lot of people want to be dismissive. A lot of people don't want to pay attention. And the simple thing that I've stated to folks is that just say that you don't care. If you don't care about your kids, just say that. If you don't care about your white community, say that. If you don't care about your white women, say that. If you don't care about the white men in your community doing things negative, the same negative things that you always want to talk about black men doing in the black community, just say that. Just say that it's easier to focus on another group versus coming together as a quote unquote white male leaders of the white community and actually being beneficial and fixing a problem in a situation. Just say that. Like, it's crazy to say, you know, that you got white dudes out here that say that they are the leader or want to be the leader, but you look at how the country is at this moment in time and how it's been run and how we're in what, almost close to $40 trillion worth of debt. How is that even possible? What happened to the great leadership? That's a little bit weird to me. That's the whole country. It's people, a lot of y'all don't even have Social Security at this moment in time. That's running dry. Healthcare is pretty much shot at this moment in time. White people can't blame black people on that. Oh, it's the blacks. It's the blacks in Chicago, the blacks in Detroit, Florida, Georgia. It's the blacks. You can't sit up there and blame the blacks on that. Like I said, I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, how the problem is going to get fixed. Oh, see, you got caught up on the. See, look at you. You just useless nothing. Let me tell you something. You are so simple to just get caught up. Like, even if you're a troll, it's just, you know, it gets to the point where it just gets stupid. Because as stated before, too many people directly out here on both sides have criticized BLM and broke down everything. And this is seemingly, if you can't really have an answer or response to the things that other people have to state about, you know, other situations, the main end that y'all come directly down to is BLM every single time. Or y'all like to sit up there and bring up George Floyd, which for whatever reason, and again, I'm just trying to figure out, after all of these years, every time I log into X, I see white folks still talking about George Floyd and making all of these memes, which is a little bit weird to me because you guys are the only ones that do this. Nobody else is focused on this. Nobody else is concerned about it. Nobody's even talking about it. But you guys decide to make it a trending thing directly on X, which is weird to me. Sham was like, it's over. He was like, trap card activated. I know who you're talking about, Chris. You're talking about George Carlin. I know exactly what you're talking about. And he was correct. He was correct. And the main thing I said was this, right? And this is just being you know, honest. You're not going to, at this moment in time, really see white people and black people, in a sense, come together because historically there's too much there. There's too much negative residual energy. There's a lot of distrust, and rightfully so, because every single time that we've tried to come together with whatever groups of people, we've always been double crossed. There's always been traitors. And at this moment in time, because we've done this so many times with so many different groups of people, we've run out of people to trust. So this is where everybody else needs to just do their work. Everybody who has double crossed us, everybody who has affected the black community negatively, everybody else needs to go out there and do the miles, do the walks, do the protests, put their bodies directly on the line and sacrifice. And black people are not about to sit up there and do that. Black people are tired. You may get the African immigrants to sit up there and do it because they don't know no better. They don't know nothing about history. So y'all can easily get over on them. Y'all can easily sit up there and trick them. No problem. Cool. That's on them. But when it deals with black Americans, we're too far beyond tired to even technically care about the current circumstances of anything that is going on in the United States. And a lot of people don't understand that. But what will happen is that if enough black Americans get online and explain those exact same sentiments, magically here comes everybody else be like, oh, well, you guys are not the only ones that's tired about America and what's going on. Everybody is going. And this is when we just stop talking. This is why we just stop talking. Because it just can't be just that finite thing, just that one thing there. It has to be magically, oh, everybody feels the same way. No, everybody doesn't. Everybody magically feels a certain type of way when black people say something. When people said when people said Black Lives Matter, what did everybody else say? Latino lives matter, Asian lives matter, LGBTQ lives matter, police lives matter, doctors lives matter, white lives, all lives matter. Like everybody had these all lives matter, but I'm like, if that was actually the case, then people would have been saying this, right? If white people really believe that white lives matter, we would have been seeing this back in the 1950s, 60s, 40s, 30s, 20s. Yeah, they would have been saying this, but they never did. It was just segregation, right? So like I said, everybody else gotta do what it is that they need to do. Black people just sit back and watch, because even as we speak right now, there's a lot of black people online, even some of which an older black gentleman that I spoke to for about over an hour, that want black Americans to get directly in the vicinity of a lot of these protests, and that's just not a good look, especially when you're 1 to 2 falls away from a broken hip and being laid up in a home somewhere. Like it don't make no type of sense. It don't make no type of sense. So like I said, people are going to have to figure it out. Like I said, it's crazy. The moment in time that black people start catching on to stuff, this is when people want to start, saying that we lazy and we don't want to do stuff and this, that, and the third, or that we're afraid. Wow, that's crazy. But when we weren't catching on to stuff and when we just thought everything was everything, didn't nobody have nothing to say. Magically, black people were the greatest thing since, a Jolly Rancher. It was all good since the peppermint patty. It's wild out here. Chan was like, they can't even come up with a slogan. Tony was like, you can't change the past. I mean, well, you're right. You can't change the past, but you can learn from the past in order to, change the future. But, people refuse not to look back and learn and to have an understanding and to have an open and honest conversation so that we can actually move forward. So this is why we are consistently stuck in the exact same conversations that we are having here. So, yeah. Just saying. Sham is outdone today. Sham has no patience. Sham is just throwing people directly into the shadow realm. That is, it be like that. Sham was like, how we going to get over something y'all white folks don't ever get over? Y'all don't tell vets with PTSD to get over it, but you quickly say to black folks with PTSD to get over racism. Yeah, that's true. That's facts. That is facts. But also, like I said, I have enjoyed the conversation. I will safely sit up there and say that I have enjoyed it. Didn't have to really. The only time I, in a sense, had to really start raising my voice was dealing with the black gentleman that wanted to come up there and try to tell me something. Anybody else, it's whatever. That one, I didn't have the patience. I'm sorry, I couldn't. Nope, couldn't do it. Nah, not about to do that one. Not about to do that one. Let me tell you, I might have to sit up there and try to do a clip of that one, and I'll make that into a a standard issue video so we can have a conversation about that one, because it's quite a bit to go directly over when it deals with that one. Pink says no one says get over 9/11. That's facts. I've never heard any white person say get over 9/11 or get over Pearl Harbor or any of these, the Gulf War or the War on Terror, whatever. Never heard it, because it doesn't happen. But when it deals with black people, it's always, oh, y'all need to get over it. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Diabolical in nature. Monza said, delineating from these protests until further notice. Facts. 100% bars. But again, normally I would try to do these. Ooh, it's about 10 o'clock. My apologies, guys. Wait, let me just read those. And Chris said, exactly. People either don't care or are trying to get by and don't feel like they can get involved because they're trying to survive. It's a full-time job. Yep. Mo said you went in on old school. He's probably crying in the car. I mean, it'd be like that, man. Like I said, I don't like when people try to pull up to the scene and try to question me on what it is that I've been doing. And you're older than me, and you got a YouTube platform, and the only thing that you talk about is fishing, and you showing off some type of belts, boxing, paraphernalia belts or whatever it is. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, don't come up here questioning me. You're part of the older generation that allowed the crack epidemic to sweep through the black community. You allowed other black men to get directly on, become alcoholics, to abandon the black community, their families, and all this other type of, like I said, I don't got time for that. I don't have time. Like I said, for me, I try to do a little bit of what it is that I can. Like I said, I can't stand when older black dudes pull up to the scene trying to act like a father figure. Brother, it's too late. Like, you should have did that when somebody was a teenager or in single digits. Don't try to pull up now. Like I said, my own father ain't sitting up there trying to do that. So you need to figure something out, right? But anyways, let me sit up there and let you guys go. It's about 10:32 my side. My bad for keeping y'all here, for so long. It's about 4 hours. This is why I normally try to do stuff a little bit earlier, so y'all got more of y'all day directly for yourselves. Much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody that took part directly in the live stream and the conversation. Shout out to all my moderators for doing the Lord's work. Shout out to the regulars, as D Money will sit up there and say. Shout out to anybody who dropped jewels directly in the comment section. Anybody who's donated. Shout out to the members. Shout out to those who are part of the patronage as well. And shout out to those who have subscribed to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And especially shout out an MVP award directly to the trolls, that pull directly up. So hopefully you guys have a very great and a good night, and I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out. This man D Money said we should get paid for overtime. All right, peace out.